All right. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Let's see how this good. Get this one. All right. Put this thing on. Heck is everybody? There's some music going into you. Sound.
This is the Hoover Dam. The scary.
I ain't know how it even. Alright, I'll send these invites out. Send the invites out. Get this party started. Alright. Alright, I get up in here. Alright. Get all my main peoples up in here. We will see. We will see. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Alright, that's one section of 15. So they don't let me do 15 at a time. Alright, send another section of 15 out. Who's black? No. I'll get my cuz up in here. Thanks. Who else I can send these to? I think I sent it to everybody. That might. Let's get. Alright, we good now. Main thing, what's the deal? Main thing, and I came in here to bring the pain. It's like, no, I'm talking to you. So I usually was gonna wait till Thursday to get on, but I was like, let me talk about this topic for now. Let me talk about this. It popped up, and I was like, I gotta talk about this. I gotta talk about it. Main thing with the 300 profiles and stuff. Cause she falling asleep on lives and stuff and got her people's running their eyes while she sleep. Like she thought she was me or something. Falling asleep on the side no. Let's get it. All right. 6:30, 6:30. Yes, we got to see, man. So the research, I got the video, so I'm my bad. I'm so I got to show the video too to this though, because it was on the news. It was on the news, and I found it interesting. They said, they show that, I don't know if the top caption is right, but I know they said it in the other part. They said the study shows 50% of women have a man on the back burner. Oh my, not the back burning. Not the back of the burning. It's like, no. So is this, I wanted to know if this is true, you know? Do they got that? Even though they probably not gonna admit that. Cause he say he just a friend. What they say?
For that last question you asked, I have no clue. I've been out the game since COVID, so I ain't really talking to nobody. But some of these other questions, I wouldn't mind my child dating somebody like me. I'd prefer them date somebody like me than Andrew Tate or what's the other guy? Blueface. Those two I would definitely not want. At least
you don't want Bugatti?
Fucking Bugatti. Why would I settle for the second best when I can go for the best myself? That makes no
Bugatti.
sense.
Get you a Bugatti.
You know what I have to stop saying about Bugattis, first of all?
You don't want to be the top G?
That's not a top B, that's the bottom B. Even the guy that makes Bugattis told them that. He said it point blank like this. He says, I always save the best car for myself. Everybody else gets the second best.
Would you want to fight like him then? Yeah, what about that part?
Who, Tate? Tate can't fight.
What the heck?
No,
I must don't watch sports. I would have been a champion for a minute.
I mean, his fights were picked, and if you actually watch who he fights and how he fights, he never gets in the ring unless he's absolutely certain he has an advantage, and he always goes. He doesn't. I've offered him many times to get in the ring. He still refuses. He doesn't want to get in the ring. So like him, he will, and like I've even stepped to the side and let other people try and challenge him, and he still will not do it. Like he talks big, but he does not want to follow up. And he knows that when it came down to it, when he got that 4-time championship, the reason why he retired is because he no longer had the option to pick his own fights. So if he ever came back, he has to be picked. He cannot do the picking. Like he's already used up his picks. So like he has to prove himself, and he's not going to do that. So he's going to keep backing out like he always does.
You say you're going to back out that Bugatti.
Bugatti got repossessed.
They ain't even called a Bugatti no more. It's a Bugatti.
Bugatti. I'm gonna Bugatti.
The Bugatti.
Bruh. I don't know. He said, love is not genuine if there are conditions behind it and you expect someone to love you the way you want to be loved.
This got inspired by a live. When I sparked something up in someone's live, I wish I knew who it was, but I know I sparked it in a live.
What's the context?
He said what?
What's the context?
No, I was messing. I had did this. I brought up a question, and she just being honest live. I did it, and then I knew it was gonna get a few people because a lot of people is deep into their love language stuff, and
I don't know. They define their love languages differently. I define it as the way I want to. Yeah. I'm versatile, so like my love language is many different ways. I just tell people like because of my observant nature, I'm nonverbal. But some of these people who read these weird ass books talk about, oh, that's not a love language. You're just making things up. And it's like, Nonverbal communication is the most primal form of communication. We're not talking sounds, we're talking gestures. You have to remember the humanoid species at one time or another had hair all over their body just like felines. So when we get goosebumps, that's because our ancestors at one time or another had fur that filled those goosebumps up, and when they'd stick it up, they'd do so because either they're trying to be threatening or they're doing something that cats normally do.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like nonverbal communication is one of the oldest forms of love out there. If you can sit in a room and know exactly what your partner needs or wants, I mean, that's synchronicity.
Interesting.
They don't like synchronicity. They prefer to be engaged with.
Hey,
They have to be seen. They can't not be seen. I'm the type of person where I prefer not to be seen, which is why I don't really care about much of the processes used on TikTok.
interesting. Hey, you know the other funny part about that with that question? Well, maybe ask that lady that question, a woman or whatever.
Whether or not love language is true
I
love.
heard, yeah, I asked her. So I ain't asked her in that way, but I asked when I heard her say, "Well, I just love love." I'm like, "Oh, I feel that because I love love." You know what I'm saying? But then I thought about it. I'm like, hold up, a lot of people like to say stuff and don't really understand it. So I said, "Do you really love love?" So that's why I came up with, you know what? I asked her. I said, "What's the love language?" I mean, you into this love language thing? You like the love language? I don't know. I asked her, "What is her love language?" Just to see where people is at. And then she ended up answering. I thought when she said I ain't know that much about it, I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm like, that's good that you don't know because I was getting somewhere with that. I'm like, that's good. That mean you're not into it. But come and find out, we got deeper. She like, no, before you cut me off, no, we got this. I'm like, what the heck? Now you know. How the heck you know now? He confused me. So me and her was having a long, and it was another couple more people then, but it was at least four of us that was explaining from many different angles about, how some people just feel like they so entitled to the way they want to initiate. I guess you wanted to question me on the word entitlement, but it is people out here that believe they deserve this type of way and earn this type of whatever. So no matter how they want to look at, she wanted to look at it. The way you come off, you like, nah, if they don't do it this way, I'm not accepting it. I think it's different. It's like with boundaries, right? It's like some stuff is be unrealistic boundaries. Some people just be unrealistic. Like, oh, there's no way, and that's why I was going. I was asking. I'm like, so if nobody can love you the way you want to be loved, would you gonna stay single for the rest of your life, or are you gonna try to adjust yourself so you can be able to accept other loves? But I don't know. People just, I don't know.
The way you describe that one, it sounds like that's the type of person that if she probably would refuse love until it ends up the way that she wants it.
Yeah, I feel
And
like
the funny thing about that is that later on in life they always come across somebody who's just like them but actually successful at achieving what they wanted because there's a slight difference. That usually is what breaks them out of the habit. But by then it's too late. They're already so lost in their ways that they have to completely reevaluate themselves, reconstruct themselves, and pursue afterwards, which usually takes about 5 to 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
You normally see that demographic in the 50s range nowadays, talking about, oh, well, I finally realized now I'm in a relationship, I'm happy.
Yeah. And that's why I used so many. It was just frustrating because I was using many examples and she just did not want to book. She didn't even want to just. I'm like, man, just understand at least one of them. I didn't use about 300 of them.
He likes
I'm like,
gifts.
man. I said, most of the time your love change and it can change through traumas. It can change through growth. But it's like, no. I told her I even agree with her. I said I can understand that. Yes, certain love language might be a base. It's a base to how people is recepting and to tell more about where they stand at. I ain't gonna say who they is. I don't like people saying this is who I am when you could be a better you, but I think people box themselves in for the most part with that situation, saying stuff. Well, that's just me. That's the way I do it. No, that's the way you choose to do it at this moment because you refuse to learn any other way or be receptive to many other different ways and stuff. Everybody just be acting like it's just them. No. Usually, if you can only love those type of ways or whatever, that means it's something that happened in your life where you're not receptive or you're either addicted to other type of forms. 'Cause, like, you can't change your interest. You could change all this. Just like me, right? I'm not gonna say I'm not interested in the big booties and all that stuff, but it's just like I'm more in. Now my interest is more into like mine and all that. 'Cause I see big booty too much now. I'm like, what the heck? You know, it's not even a turn on no more for real. I ain't gonna lie, some of them, if they clap the right way, it's also let me stop. But yeah, it just. But no, I'm just saying, like it could change. So that was my whole point, though. So people just acting like they just stuck.
Well, that's kind of why I tell women nowadays, like, I'm grown, so, like, clapping your cheeks ain't enough to do it for me. If it ain't sitting on me, it ain't got nothing to do with me, so it's not gonna work. I'm not easily swayed. And the type of person you're describing is somebody who has a lot of insecurities. Those are the ones that they're kind of
Wait,
easy, because all you have to do is you just have to focus on the lack of artistic nature and try and cultivate their artistic nature. It's part of the neural network. So it goes back to primal days, where we used to decorate ourselves with animal feathers and furs in order to attract mates and show a degree of success, being a little more artistic. People nowadays are lacking the artistic aspect, which prevents them from being creative or even able to communicate with the opposite gender to the degree that they would like. So they're settling and saying, "I am how I am," and it's like, just I imagine them as being somebody who's just decorated with tree bark, whereas everybody else is wearing, colorful feathers, well-made necklaces. They're just lacking skill sets, and their lack of skill sets tends to break them down to their lowest form.
Yeah, a lot of people about to be hurt off this one though, because it's so many people, and even when I be hearing it's so many people that's just so deep into this though. They don't I guess they just not aware. They're not aware, but it's cool. Like I said, it's cool that some of them already married, right? They did all that, but it's just I want them to be aware of with this term. I need somebody to love me the way I want to be loved, and I mean, even with that, I feel even people say I deserve this. You know what I'm saying? I deserve a person. I deserve a person to love me the way. What did you do to deserve it? I don't get it. Like what the. So I think my whole point when I was telling her this, I'm like, man, the whole point of that is to, even with the love language thing, it's like I believe everything is a starter kit to help you with yourself. It's just not you. Just like if you want to use horoscopes, even though I'm not all into that, even the Bible itself, right? It's a starter kit to tell you something about yourself, and then you work with that, and then make what's best out of it. You make the best or make better out your life with it, or not. Don't use it as an excuse either to become worse. So that's why I was like, when you realize, it's like if that thing, like one of my love languages to tell me that, and that's how I am, if it would tell me that you a physical touch type person or something like that, I'm a person that always want to prove something wrong. So I'm gonna be like, no, you know what? Basically, since this thing that said I'm like that, I'm gonna readjust my mind and the way I move and stuff, so I can kind of balance it out though, because I don't want to be just stuck always just looking at it that way, but like I said, I was trying to, man, I try to explain so much that just hurt my head when I'm talking to her, man. I'm like, man,
You sound like
the reason why you like that, you don't love yourself.
you sound like the horoscope thing kind of bothers you a little bit sometimes.
No, I don't. It don't It don't bother me. It do counters accountability. That's why I don't mess with it. But
That's where we have
that's
to get
that's one of my
into.
red flags. On somebody say that horoscope.
You see, a lot of people look at the horoscope thing as if it's a spirituality aspect, and yet it's honestly not. It's a seasonal thing. So they tend to overlook societal structures that are constructed around the organic aspect of our worlds, meaning agricultural, economic, seasonal concepts, and how that tends to influence behaviors between ages at certain times of birth, and the different variations that allows for them to sway away from their own horoscope designs, like who they tend to bond with early on in their childhood. So, like, there's a whole extra thing that's actually behind the design of horoscopes, but most people only go across the spiritual thing and say, okay, I'm just going to settle for this little bit of information. And then that's where they get into the lack of accountability, because then it comes down to, well, where are you? Why are you there? And what about these ones over here? Like, if you're a Gemini, why are you over here at the club when you could be over there at the bar or over in school because it's all the same thing.
Hmm.
They don't see it. They don't understand, if you're born in the spring, you're born around a time where you got a less attention back in the older days when it was created due to people going out and working on the farms. It's like if you're born in the winter, now you have more of a people type mindset because it's cold. So a lot of people are more accumulated. They're not as out there doing their own thing like they do during the summer. So it's like it has a science to it, but people overlook the science because it involves psychology.
Mm-hmm. What you got for his main thing? I know you've been over here chillaxing. Hopefully your signal. I know your signal been popping lately.
I'm in my room, in one of these rooms.
All right.
So let me see. Show more than half women have backup ex-boyfriends or friends, 7%. I believe that. And I believe that because a lot of people tend to sit up here and be like, oh, if I wanted that nigga, I could have that nigga. I already had him. And some people believe that, all their exes want them. They like, oh, he gonna always double back, or she gonna always come back to this. She cannot move on from a nigga like me, or So I also think that it's true because if you listen to a lot of people when they talk, it's like they always bringing up past people that they've been with, whether the person was there for 5 years, 10 years. It's always a person. And it's like, you ain't been with this person in about 5-10 years. So why the fuck when you hear an example of, like, let's say, like you having a topic now, and you say, oh, well, men don't cheat. It will be a lot of women talking about, what the hell you mean men don't cheat? I could tell you about all my exes that cheated, and it's like, God damn. I know you got a big number.
Right. But it don't matter though. It don't matter. Body count don't matter.
One of those questions where you got to ask them, how do you
They're telling themselves and then counter at the same time. I swear I don't got no about it. But I know all the men.
I'm a sinner, so I know for a fact there's a lot of married women out there that cheat. I mean, it's about 90%. It's just a matter of timing. So if you know what the timing is when it comes down to married women, almost all married women will cheat eventually.
Interesting. I don't know what statistic that is, but I don't know about that. Not all. I don't say all, but.
Well, you got to catch them on the romantic decline.
I was just thinking that, kid.
Right, he done said the all, but he done said the all.
Because you got to catch them on the romantic decline. At the time of the romantic decline, the men are typically starting to become exhausted due to work.
Well, my mama is a woman of God. She ain't never did that for me.
Almost all. I didn't say all. There are some who have
You said all.
About 90% of them, right?
Damn. What the other 10% doing?
Well, like he said, sometimes they're actually true believers.
So one on their knees praying to God, the other one on their knees.
Well, I mean, even the ones that be on their knees praying to God, that's why I said true believers. It's the true believers that be like, oh yeah, nah, I'm never. Even though there are some that go to church that cheat harder than some of the ones that don't. Be totally honest.
And that's in America you talking about, right?
Yeah, most definitely. I'm only in America.
Only in America.
I'm only in America. I mean, hell, this guy lives down the street from me. His wife cheated on him. He knows about it too.
My.
There's a few of them in my town. Then if I go to Delaware, there's a couple dozen out there too. So like they cheat. It's just about the decline, and it's also about
so they cheat with you.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I got videos and everything.
Who?
Oh, so you sleep with married women?
That best type. They the best type. They throw it back just right.
Who?
That's wild.
Ain't it though?
That's why his name Toxic.
That's why marriage ain't all that. You know, marriage actually causes the stagnation. Contracts are better. Contracts are enriched. Contracts.
Contracts ain't genuine.
Hmm?
I said contracts ain't
Oh
genuine.
no, I was agreeing. That was my.
Oh.
Not. But
I
I'm
mean,
about to say, huh?
all a marriage contract is a contract written up by the state that benefits the state. It doesn't benefit the other two partners. That's why they push so heavily for marriage. But you could still get married under the church and write up your own contract. It's just a matter of a notary. Once you get it notarized, it's just as legal and legitimate as a state contract, and it can even go into the system as the same. It's just handled into the court systems as something different, almost like a prenup, but opposite. You know, it guarantees that, like, hey, if we ever separate, if you're going to want me to be a stay-at-home mom, you have to give me this amount, or you have to percentage type of thing. Whereas the state, it will vary from state to state. So you would have to be in the state that you want to be in when you get your divorce or you want to get married.
Yeah.
Contracts are the shit.
No, I don't believe in it.
contracts ain't helping a lot of these people.
For real.
Misery out here.
Right up.
Contracts is one-sided.
No, that's why you're not writing up the. Oh, when you create.
Did he just turn to DMX? That's crazy.
Well, because by the way, the
On the
law.
DMX out of it.
Well, by the way that the law is set up, if you write up a contract, the person who writes up the contract has to write it into the benefit of the other person, right? Which the reason why that is because you're the one that wants to make the offer. So
most contracts favor in the woman's side. On the woman's side.
Well, that's the state contracts. But if the woman wants to get married, then she has to write up the contract for the man, which means she has to write it in the favor of the man, and just include herself. It all depends on who's making the money and who wants to be a part of the deal.
Let me get back to these other questions. Let me see, what does the statement "men need to step up" mean? Is it something men can do only? No, I don't think men is the only ones that can do it. But I think when I heard that statement, it just simply saying, like, I think that comes from women who saying, oh, I need a man that's going to do more. Like, you need to sit up here and step up for your kids. You need to sit up here and step up in the areas far as life goes. Because some women feel like men get into relationships, right? And you got certain guys out here, they'll slack in that relationship. And they'll be like, well, if you're slacking in this area for amount of time, I can only deal with it for amount of time. It's because certain people got a limit on their partner, meaning that limit, if you cannot figure out how to get a job, right, I need your ass to step it up on the house bills. If your ass ain't got a job within probably like 3 to 4 months, then after that 4th month, your ass is out of here. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you have some women who need you to show up in certain moments because they're not the one to wait for you for a lifetime to get yourself together. So that's what I think about that one. Would you have your child date a person like you in your current lifestyle? Why or why not? I would have my child date someone that fit into the lifestyle that they want to live. Don't try to. I always tell people, stop trying to sit up here and be like those that came before you. Stop trying to sit up here and recreate what those people already created for themselves. Because at the end of the day, their outcome isn't the same as your outcome. What they go through is not what you're going to go through. I think people need to always have the understanding when parents had the saying, I want you to be better than me. Be better than your father. Be better than your mother. But those come from parents that really want to see their kid reach greatness, or just be in a position of life where if your daddy was struggling, don't be like your daddy. Don't struggle. Be better than the struggle. If your mama was sitting up here, she was lacking on the cleaning the I want you to sit up here and be better than that. Keep yourself up. Keep your house clean. So I wouldn't necessarily tell my kid to date a person like me, because I don't feel like I'm a bad person. I just feel like when your kid is out there dating, you're not going to have the same options that I had. You get what I'm saying? Meaning there aren't going to be men out there that's like your pops. Everybody always be like, oh, I want a man like my daddy. But you dating a nigga that's nothing like your daddy. Your daddy is sitting up here being a good, honest, working, hard living man. And you over here talking about, yeah, I'm with a rich nigga, 8-figure. That's my type. Like, it doesn't make sense. So I don't think people really want their kids to be to date the people that they date, because in reality, you don't make good choices. Anybody that you dated, you always talked about. Most women talk down on the men that they pursue. Oh, he ain't shit. Your daddy ain't shit. So I could tell you wouldn't encourage your child to date somebody like you or their daddy.
Yeah, so that is more of a, I like the answer though, but it is more of a personal thing. It would be personal. So basically, would you have your son date somebody like literally? So I think you probably basically said no, I think, because I want to know what about, and that's why I asked, because I'm digging deep on everybody though, because I'm even asking myself why not, and why not you wouldn't let your child date somebody that is like you. If you had a son, I'm gonna say that way, because it made me think about this, because
I probably didn't answer.
No, yeah, I get what you were doing. You was putting more in a general thing, and you also was saying as in you was speaking for like that they shouldn't do that, like, and I get what you were meaning on that. But I think I just wanted to dig in deep with a personal thing just to see why wouldn't you let somebody date somebody like you?
Well, okay, I'm gonna bite into that. Me personally, if I had a son, I wouldn't mind my son dating somebody like me, because I know me, I'm not a bad person. I know I'm very genuine. I know for sure I'm very genuine. I'm very straightforward. I'm not a misleading person. I'm really a person who sits up here when I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. And I know a lot of people who could sit up here and I show my heart. I just don't sit up here and tell a person about my heart. When I love you, you get the best of me. So, and I think when if my child did get somebody like me, understand you're not going to get somebody that's going to disappoint you, somebody that's going to stick to your corner, that's literally going to show up in those times where nobody is showing up. When there's nobody on your side, trust me, your partner, if she's like me, she gonna make sure she ain't walking out. Because I think it's very important to understand that, when you are in a relationship, you want to make sure you got that person that's on your arm for a lifetime. I always tell them, it's always one in a million, but you want that once in a lifetime type of woman. Like, so that's just really how I see it. I never see myself being, I always knew I was one in a million of women, but I always knew I was fit for a once in a lifetime type of man. So, yeah, I think I'll definitely encourage my son to get with somebody like me, because I understand that I don't care to do people wrong. Not my partner, not family, not friends. And I just think you will definitely have somebody who will understand where you're like I said, that's why I think I have been in my relationship for 10 years, because I know how to treat somebody. I know how to love somebody. So yeah, I would definitely encourage my kids to get with somebody like me or their father, because at the end of the day, your dad not a bad person either. We're more alike than a lot of people think, and which is hard to find. It's hard to find somebody out here that's compatible with you. It's hard to find somebody that's literally genuine towards you. So, yeah.
Okay. Speaking of,
Go ahead.
you want to hit that one? Or
I was gonna hit the last one. So love is not genuine if there are conditions behind it, and you expect someone to love you the way you want to be loved. Love languages. Are you aware of that? I would definitely believe that wholeheartedly. I believe anything that comes with condition is not genuine. If it has conditions on it, like you can't sit up here and be with me until you date my father, meet my father. I can understand that condition. I could respect that. Versus, oh, you can't date me until you sit up here and spend $500 on my nails a week, or like, these are unrealistic. This is things that matter of fact, like the P Diddy and Young Miami. That's like a conditional type of love. This man couldn't date her unless he was willing to sit up here and come out the pocket and tend to the lifestyle that she's seeing herself having, meaning she wanted to be loved through Birkin bags and money. So if you ain't have Birkin bags and money to give her, then you really couldn't date her. It's like Lori Harvey. She got contracts where her men got to sit up here and sign a contract to where you can only be with this woman for a year. And when that year is up, she gonna kick your ass out her house, because she cannot sit up here and be tied down. That's not what she's there for. So yes, I think anything that comes with conditions is not genuine. It's actually you sitting up here being a user to me, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I also want to squeeze in there when people do that, man. I believe manipulation can happen on both ends with that too. Because when you tell somebody your so-called love language and how to love you and all that stuff, that's like them giving them the blueprint to play you. You know what I'm saying? Or vice versa. Some people do it to say it out loud to see if they can make that other person change. And I feel like that's a form of manipulation too, on the opposite way too. Like, well, this is what I like, you know what I'm saying? And then you got that little one sucker that just mold into it and then start doing this stuff. So yeah.
You facts. Because I didn't think about that.
I wish Lockie come in here, man. I love her story, man. That was so good. Huh?
I say yes, because that's true. People will hear what the hell you been through or what you done, and they'll use that shit against you. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's what man. I'll tell you, it's gonna make a lot of people mad. I already know this last one. You seen how that was? All I did was a little snippet in your room, and we and old girl was talking for 15 hours.
She wanted to fight. She wanted to fight.
Man, dog. I'm like, man. And I use so many things. She kept talking about, I feel you, I understand. I'm like, no, you don't. You keep saying that, and you keep going
Yeah,
back to
because I'm
your
going
own
back
point.
to no,
Right.
it shouldn't be a problem that I can't sit up here and tell him why can't I sit up here and tell him I want to
Right.
be loved like this, and he could
Mm-hmm.
sit up here and meet those standards of loving me like this. And I was like, hold
Mm-hmm.
on. That's why I had to ask her, like, what's your love? So do you got unconditional love, or is your love conditional? And
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, do your love go past, because you're saying you're married, so does your love go past, like, if your husband don't sit up here and meet a certain love language in you, does that mean you gonna sit up here and cut him off and divorce him?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
And it just
and I
went back
also was
to
saying she making it a job too. People that do that, it makes it a job. Well, I guess you want to use, well, marriage is a job. I'm like, no, but I guess she's just taking all her content. But I'm like, no, my thing is when it comes to, especially like with love, it should be something that somebody want to do, not something that they have to do. That's what I'm trying to let her know. But she's like, I don't know, it's gonna hurt my head. It's hurt my head even thinking about why she just wasn't trying to be receptive of it. But so I guess some people just gonna be super stubborn. I guess it is what it is. I don't know. All of us can be stubborn to a certain extent, but dang, I'm like, bro, I use all the good examples. I think you, Locke, and my one man's came in here. I know the other dude, she had a teammate. She most definitely did. Because I must have tagging them at the same time. I already knew it. He like, nah, and I'm like, okay, I agree. It might be a science to this love language thing. I feel it. I get it. And I do understand it because I got friends now that I know I could tell they love language, and I'm not saying it's a lie, right? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying depending on these love languages, and then also saying you can love genuinely. That's two counters. You know what I'm saying? Even when you say that you love unconditionally, but then your stuff is still it's still limited, and I'm still sticking to that. If you don't love your enemies, you can't love unconditionally. You know what I'm saying? Because you only love them because they're not your enemy. But that's a whole other thing, though. I got toe up in some not toe up, but they they didn't like that when I said that in some one person room. And what is you talking about? That's not the same. I said I done try to thought this through already, man. I
yeah,
mean,
I
your
ain't gonna
love is
lie.
limited.
That shit was I ain't gonna lie. The whole time that shit was giving me a headache because I was like, oh, this shit going over her head. She just so focused. She's so focused on the exam. It's like she was. It's almost like she was hearing a person say, "Oh, you can't have expectations." Like,
Right.
I'm like, hold on. We ain't saying that. We just saying that your
Right.
love ain't really as genuine as you think it is.
As you
Cause
say it, right.
you're telling him, oh, I need to be loved. Like, you gotta bring me flowers every day. I want to be loved by you showing me you bringing me flowers and shit. And you're telling her, well, wouldn't it be love if he just genuinely, surprised you with the flowers? And and him showing you, oh baby, I was thinking of you today, instead of you saying, oh, you need to be thinking of me today. I need to know that you was thinking of me today.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's. Man. I thought you make me think more and more. I even use an example. I use God, but I don't even think she believe in. I don't know. I even use that. I say even now, right? Because like when he do say like to follow his commandments is just to love him or whatever, right? I said, even with that, right? It was a point in time where it was a commandment to basically, do things to because you love them or something like that, or even just to say love them, praise them, all this stuff. But I said it's a difference when you say when it's genuine, right? Not because somebody's forcing you. That I'm pretty sure God love it more when He don't have to force you, when you just want to do it. It's no different from when they got that saying, God loves a cheerful give, chill, cheer. I guess I found me a word. A
Cheerful.
cheerful giver.
Cheerful.
Boy, y'all found me. Yeah, I didn't even know. I be catching myself off guard. I didn't know I got some words I can't say.
Mm,
Cheerful. What the
there you
freak? I thought I
go.
was gonna get it correct. I'm gonna stop
Mm.
embarrassing myself. But yeah, God loves that type of giver, right? But it makes sense though. You know what I'm saying? Not doing it because I'm getting made. I gotta do this or something like that. No. It's more genuine when you want to do it. That's why, man, I used 100. You made me think more and more. I even told her, I said, let me break it down like this. I said, do you want your partner to love you because they want to, or because you told them to? Well, it's kind of both. I'm like, bro, she just did not want to break at all. I think anybody or any person will want a person to want to love them, not just because they told them to. And that was my whole thing. And but she knew she was gonna counter herself, and she gonna realize that's what, you know, when you actually gotta express that I want to be loved this way. That's what's happening. People not aware. That's the reason why I put that at the end. Are you aware of that? I don't think a lot of people is aware. You know, it's okay to, you know, it's okay to love with whatever you got. If you got conditions, because everybody got their lifestyles, right? They got the way they do things. It's okay, right? But don't say it's genuine though. You can't use like false stuff. You can't say it's genuine when you have, like, when you basically told somebody how to do it. It's not genuine. You kind of made them either do that, because what's the chances? Like 9 times out of 10, you would have to find you a person, and you got to shut up to know it's genuine, right? You got to just shut up and don't say nothing, right? Don't say nothing. Let them love you the way you want to be loved, and then you see. You know what I'm saying? Because you didn't never tell them anything about it. But the fact that you said, well, this, and she compared it to boundaries and all this other stuff, and saying that we got to let people know who you are and stuff. And I'm like, well, I'm saying we already know the intentions behind a lot of people that's doing that. They just want to mold somebody into doing it. Because if I mean, you shouldn't have to tell nobody, you know, whatever. Let me well, we gonna get to this though, because this is one that's gonna get it. I know this gonna get some.
I have to let people know who I am. Is that what she meant?
She was tying that into there, yeah, because she said that why she had to voice her love language, and you know,
Well,
and she said our love language is a
somebody
part of her and all this other stuff, you know. And I'm like,
needs to tell her that when it comes down to showing people who you are, not even most cases, there are a lot of people out there that are so much more than other people's perception. So it's like, I can go into a whole life story, but as soon as I get through the first couple of years, most people are going to ask me to stop because now they feel insecure. You can't tell people who you are, not on this app, not off this app. They have to find out for themselves, because if they hear what you do, how you do it, they're never going to understand what for. They're going to be too focused on the fact that it's beyond what they usually know, and they're going to judge you on that alone. So they don't measure character, they measure appearance. And that is so irritating. That's why I refuse to do what everybody else has been doing, which is just change my name to a letter or use my real name or change something that's more familiar to them. I'd prefer to be tetrodotoxic, because that is the most familiar poison in the world, and yet nobody knows the name of it because they're too damn blind to the things in front of them. So let them be blind, because blind people are tools that we use to build the world. If they don't want to be a person, don't let them.
okay, that was kind of slick though. I got it at the last minute. Blind people is the tools we use to build the world. Oh, that hurt. That was kind of a bar right there. I don't know how the heck caught me off guard a little bit. The more I thought about that. What you got now? Let's see, slip there. My boy Sean in the bed. He probably working hard as you wait for me to say, huh?
Yeah, I ain't finna hold you. I'm waiting.
Yeah, okay. God, I forgot to just put it to every breath, cause you are God. Okay, it's out my spirit now. There you go.
Okay.
Now you're free.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm glad you got
Sean, better get your spot.
it off your chest. But I'm reading your first question, and I don't think it's true. And I'm gonna tell you why I don't think it's true. You know how some women say they have
Get all these past. I love it.
but no, hear me out though. Hear me
I
out
got
though.
you.
Hear me out, my
I got
thoughts.
you. Naya said she for sure got a mind of her own. She gonna keep being opposition on every last topic. I love it.
Is it echo? Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, you good.
Okay, because I had got a call. I don't want no echo. So, boom. This is why I'm saying I don't think it's true. It's because of the fact of, you know how some women say they have options, and it's not necessarily as an option. It's just somebody that just want to have sex, right? So it's like, when I look at it from that perspective, what it say?
No, keep going.
What you pointed at?
You just
What
basically
you
just
pointed
still
at?
saying what the topic's saying. Well, go ahead.
But no, what I'm saying is this: like, I don't know. When I hear most women say that, when I put like this, when I hear most women say they have the back burner, boom, I'm thinking of they have a whole nother relationship they can get into versus just sex. Most times when I hear those situations. So if it's a sex thing, sure. I mean, but we all know most men, I know it's the dude I can hit up now. If I just say, hey, you want to have sex, they're going to do it. So in that
Not
way,
innocent,
yes.
naive.
But I
It's
mean,
like, no, it's
that's
like,
any woman though.
I
That's
mean,
any woman though.
she feel like she got caught red-handed for it.
But I'm just saying, like, we all know that's
I
like,
feel you. I feel you.
yeah. But if we're saying it that way, sure. But is that saying, hey, does she has a back burner or does she know that the dude will fuck?
I mean, her back is
So,
burning at the end of the night, right?
but I feel like you have to light the match before. I feel like you have to light the match because it can be dudes that you ain't never been in contact with before, necessarily within the whole relationship. You text them after the fact, they ready to have fun. So was that really a back burner, or it just could have been a possible eye that you didn't turn on?
No matter how you want to call it, if it's quality or not, I think the whole point of the topic is they have somebody they can have a word with. Just say one word, whatever it is.
But
Somebody that
that's
can say
without
good
even
morning or good night.
that's without even have to be in a relationship
No,
though.
who said that? This don't say relationship. It just say uh, researchers show that. Dang, I thought I can read it though. Women have a backup ex-boyfriend or friend, 70%. But in the real at the bottom it say study shows that 50% of women have. Oh dang, I see. If I'm struggling, I know people gonna have a man on the back burner. So that's all it say. It don't say what type of man. It
Well,
just say have a man on the back burner.
maybe I misinterpreted because most times when people say back burner, they're within a relationship already. So that I
Basically a
misinterpreted the
plan B,
question.
man. Or I ain't gonna say that because that's a new meaning now. But
I
So
mean, either way, a back burner is just really somebody who you could sit up here and call on whenever you're looking to get certain needs met, certain things that you
yep.
want. Imagine it's really what a back burner is. It's somebody that you already entertained that you know for sure will follow through no matter if you're in a relationship or not in a relationship. You still could call on this person.
yeah, in that terms, yes, that's true. That's definitely true. In those terms, I misinterpreted the terms, and I hear back burner. It's always
Oh,
within relationships. It's my fault on that one. I take that hit. Um,
Yeah, most women definitely got a backup dude. When it comes to, I don't give a damn if he was a boy best friend, a smash buddy, a sneaky link, whatever case may be. You know a dude, like you said, you got plenty of inboxes, plenty of people that you know for a fact, oh, they wouldn't pass you up, even if you chose to give them, even if you didn't give them the chance, and you chose that, oh, now I want to give you a chance. Guarantee you, they gonna take that.
so my question would be this: is it the woman's fault, or is it the woman's fault in that scenario though?
what?
Hmm?
What you take it?
Mm-hmm.
To me, I think when it comes to your decision makings, anything that you choose to do, that is on you. Because at the end of the day, you had many a choices. So if you chose to sit up here and throw it back to a throwback dude, that's on you.
Why would it be her fault? I don't get that. That was a weird question. I just thought about
No,
that.
I mean, because some people, because I feel like
She said it's a
this,
friend.
because I'm maybe. You said what? You said what?
No, I said it say a friend. If it's a friend, that mean they got a contact or they on standby. So why wouldn't I mean? Because it wouldn't be her fault if she just blocked them or didn't have them around. So That's like saying, is it my fault that this woman is ready to hit me up at nighttime? Of course.
I know, but
She
some
got my
people,
number.
but see, I don't know because like most times when I hear conversations about the back burners, it's like, oh, you shouldn't have the back burner, but it's going back to the conversation. If you're not in contact with a person, let's just not say a friend or stuff like that.
Mm.
If you're not in contact with the person, still some people like, oh, I never looked at this conversation as the good side. If you get what I'm trying to say, a different. I don't know how to word it.
Interesting.
Not really. Back burners has always been looked at as the bad thing. Now, if you go and pursue the back burner, that's a different conversation.
So is we talking about the person that you hitting on the low, that you like the raccoon, that's literally weighing up like basically, because when I think of back burners, I think of the dudes who hit the women that you don't want to get pregnant, but they end up getting pregnant. And you be meaning like you be like, damn, it's this ugly chick that I wasn't even trying to get pregnant or whatever the case may be, but I was hitting her ass at 2:30 in the morning. She was the last option. After all the other options I tried to hit up, they was either sleep, busy, or doing something. So it was just like, shit, if 2:30 always available, shit, is it my fault or is it her fault for getting pregnant, or is it my fault for sleeping with her and getting pregnant?
My thing is, why is nobody wearing protection?
Oh.
In that moment.
I mean, protection can break.
No, I get protection can break. But you need all plans available. CV.
And some people don't even understand.
Pre-plans.
A lot of women don't even understand when you're in a moment of doing it right. And let's say it does break, some women can't even tell if it was still on there or not because you're so in the moment. You're not even checking to put your hand down there to feel for it.
What do in the moment mean? It's like no. Back burner, it's like no. All right, let me get Shine up in here. He on a teacup unless he on the phone. I don't know if he on the phone or not. Let me get him up in here.
What up?
What up? What you got for us?
What we on?
Just the topic is nah. Do you believe it's true or not?
About the research?
Yeah, it was on the news.
Man, I don't believe in no research. You already know how my
Facts.
on that. Like, I can't believe it. What it say? Half of women have a backup, like a backup X. That's what I see. A backup X.
Ex or friend.
Oh, X or friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when you say half, I mean, did you do a study on half of the women in the world? So I mean,
Right.
yeah, I don't like shit like that. So I don't believe it. What's that? What does the statement "men need to step up" mean? It is something men can do only. I guess I don't know how to answer that one. That's just it's some stupid shit if you ask me.
Right. That's why I'm waiting for a stupid answer. That's why I'm waiting.
Yeah. That was the setup. I ain't fall for that one. What would you have would you have your child date a person like you in your current lifestyle? Hell yeah. I would say yeah. At this point, yeah. I believe that I'm very open-minded and I'm willing to accept information. I'm willing to learn. So I believe I would love to have my child to be with somebody that's open-minded, that's willing to change and willing to grow. So hell yeah.
Okay. I stole some of my answers too. I was about to say that too.
Now I changed on that last one. I don't believe that it should be if you love someone under conditions, then I believe it's not really love. I changed my perspective on that. And
you had said something? Oh, you must have done.
Yeah, I did. Because I was like love is certain people. Well, your kids are loved unconditionally, but when it comes to relationships, I kind of looked at it like, if somebody not doing something that you want, people tend to withhold things they normally do for them because they not getting what they need. So I don't believe that anymore. And the reason why I kind of went, I seem like we're in a room with some believers. I read the scripture and I just changed my mind on it last night, where
Wow.
that the way God loves, and it say His commandments is not the 10 commandments. I learned something new yesterday, that His commandments is something else, and I went through it. And He loved us with no conditions. We're not under the law. Under the law,
Right.
when we was under the law, that was us being loved under conditions. But in the New Testament, we're not loved under conditions. We love just by having faith. So I changed my perspective on that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think it even say in the scripture that's what kind of what love is too. With no conditions. I believe so. I gotta look it up. That's all. Like I even got even deeper in it. Like I feel it. That's why He tells us to love our enemy and love our neighbor and all that. That was like one of His last commandments, because at first He did tell us to love our enemies, but that was like the New Testament or the New Covenant. It changed that.
Yeah, I thought it was the news. I was about to say people still watch the damn news
Oh
because I
no,
don't watch that shit.
it was on the new. What to say? What news is that? Say Orlando Good Day. So I guess that's what they said it out there.
Now you told me the station. I don't trust that station.
She said they don't like that. She don't like when nothing is about a woman. Let me not trust that.
Don't do me like
It's
that.
about a woman. This ain't real.
Don't do me like that.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't watch anything that comes from the news. I say I don't believe that shit. That shit television beyond program. That's programming for real, for real.
Yeah.
The second one, what do the statement "men need to step up" mean?
What you got?
Is it something you can do only? I don't think it's the only. Damn, my tongue got twisted. Ooh.
I don't believe it.
Hold on.
Transform on me, okay.
I blinked and everything. I don't know how many times I blinked when I said that. I know. No, I don't think only men can step up. Need to step up. I do believe that it is men who can step up and women who can step up. But I can't tell you what you need to do. You have to feel that
Dang, I
within
was just about to
yourself.
ask you. You was gonna say you can't say that. Then that don't make sense. I do believe it's men that step. And what? Just use it. You got to use something. It's something that had to came in your mind where you said, "I do believe men need to step up." So it got to be something.
Yeah, I don't believe. Everybody can step up. But
And what?
I ain't gonna tell you what you need to do.
You leave me with the cliffhanger. I do believe they need to step up. And what?
But I think the step up.
You taking one piece. I said everybody.
Okay, everybody in what?
I think the men need to step up. Just saying it came from somebody who was dealing with a dude who was like coming off like a deadbeat. That's why I think that should come from.
Okay, we get somewhere.
So, but then that go back to the conversation of how could I say? I'm a firm believer in right now to this point, from seeing what I see on TikTok. Everybody know the saying, birds of a feather flock together, right? Majority of people know that, right? So if that statement true, we know over time, if you look at your circle and you say, "Cuz, we need to do better," I think sometimes people recognize I ain't doing the right thing, right? I can tell you, ayo, I'm gonna flip what you said for women. I could tell hunger, hey sis, I think you about on your second baby daddy, sis. I think we need to take a step back and see what's going on, right? I can tell you that, but however, you grown. I know you know better. You know better than to do that some point in time and stuff like that. So I don't know. Maybe I got a different perspective now on telling grown folks what they need to do when they know what they need to do and they see it and stuff like that. If you can say yes, unless you love them.
I do this to my neck to this day. I do it to my parents. I do it to my sister, my friends, and they all get to. And not only live get to work. I do this in real life.
I'm gonna say this down to, let's say, my sisters and stuff like that. I'm gonna be a little bit more hard on my sisters than the person up the road or up the street. Be a little bit more hard on them. So it's the thing of, yeah, you can do better. If I tell you, fam, hey, I think, you can do this, or you can look into this and this and that. And if I tell you, fam, and I can tell you what the outcome can possibly be, where you can be at, and you decide not to do that, people get tired of saying the same stuff over and over again.
Hey,
That's just
literally, if
that.
you was to talk to like my mother and my father and my sister, they get so irritated at me. That'd be funny though. But it'd be just so funny because it's like I guess I grew to this time, like I just see so much things, and I will just I'll just be speaking on them. I literally, like I said, y'all think people get mad at me on this app, but it's just like, but we all love each other, so we family, so, and it's just our small little circle though, so it's just like, of course you're gonna get irritated, and sometimes might be yelling at each other sometimes, but I'm pretty sure they all know that I mean well and stuff, but it's just like, I don't like, when they going south and I see that they hurting themselves, I'm going to speak on it. Hey, we shouldn't be eating this and all this other stuff. And all type of stuff, especially when I see it was affecting them. I'm not no nitpicker. I don't nitpick at every last thing because that becomes it becomes like irritating and judgmental sometimes if you go too far. But I only would speak on things that I feel like is affecting their life. If it's gonna harm them in their future, that's the only time I really speak on something. I feel like that's the only time people should be like really kind of strict and direct on things, though. Like if it's just affecting and hurting their life, for the most part.
Right. And I don't know, cause like from sitting back and just watching, cause I've been doing that a lot more with particular like things and like social media or online, down to sitting back and just watching versus wanting to be entertained. That's a whole different perspective. Like, okay, cool. I see how this operates and how some people think. So it's like, you know what you can do on that part, especially like bringing in the dad's part and stuff like that, and down to the bringing in kids. The same people I notice that bring in kids and stuff like that at times and are not influential in their child life. And it's a whole, I don't know, for me, especially, I put like this, especially with school starting, right? Like, it's like, you may not have had a one-on-one example. However, you had the example on something. If y'all get what I'm trying to say. You have an example of something good. So for you to still choose something bad throughout time, it's just, I don't know. And maybe I'm looking at it wrong right now, but I don't know.
I'm gonna say this real quick. I think within Black people, melanated people, we have it in us to just want to do wrong. And it's like, really, a lot of people are very rebellious. A lot of people know it's a lot of information out here that you can get to heal yourself mentally, physically. But the thing is, people don't want to do right. God told us how to do right. You think a lot of people following his way? No, because you got a lot of people who feel like that's what works for them. That's not what works for me. Some people even fear doing right because, and what I mean fear is they have a fear of moving past the stagnant place that they're in. That's why people get comfortable in life. And some people, they can't get comfortable because they just not the person to sit up here and just stand still. That's why that's why you do have people who always trying to reach towards greatness. They always trying to reach to be better than their mom, their dad. They always trying to reach better to just to build up status. Because that makes them feel like they are somebody. I also think a lot of people who don't know no better. It's like, even though you got examples around you, I could have a million examples around me, right? But I could still be in a mindset of having bad habits. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, I could sit up here and look at what's better, look at all the people that's doing right. But if nobody, if I'm not putting it to my in my mind that, oh, I need to sit up here and really get off my ass and, get out here and be like these other people, do something with myself.
Mhm.
Because some people will literally put it in their mind like, oh, I ain't trying to do that shit. And that's why you have a lot of people who miss out on becoming the person that they have potential to be. I hope I make sense to somebody out
Yeah.
there. But yeah,
You make sense.
I just feel like shit. It's a lot of people that have the examples, and like I said, have people who can help them to become better. But if you don't have it in you to really push forward to do better, then you just gonna be where you at. You gonna get what you get.
So that I was following you until you said the last thing. I think that go back into the thing of well, go and do it versus I don't know, but I
It's
do.
like, but you gotta also understand people listen to people who actually is either living proof or who is worthy of them taking that information and applying it to their life. So if somebody don't sit up here and take information and apply it to their life, far as you giving advice, is because they don't value you or the conversation or the advice that you have to offer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I agree on
Right.
that. That's what I'm saying from my perspective. For me, so for the same, use the same thing you said. If I know you're not gonna value that and stuff like that, you show you're not gonna value that, I ain't gonna waste my breath on that. Now they may take it from Kev, the same thing. I'm just saying from a one person thing. I'm saying a person needs to do, not a whole crowd. If you know what I'm trying to say.
No, you make sense. You make sense. You definitely pick and choose. That's why you have that's why you hear people on this app say, "Oh, why is it when a man says something, y'all act like y'all don't understand?" But let another woman say the same thing that man said. For some reason, y'all get it. Other women just, and it's like, well, maybe you just not the person they
Yeah.
want to hear that shit from.
Yeah, I tested that already. I don't know if I made a post about that yet. Oh, I gotta make a post about that. I forgot. But I tested that one already though. I literally said the same thing. So I guess I went in the Divester live or whatever. It was a Panda live. I don't know what live I went in. I don't know what to call it nowadays because some people just be mixing me up. But I literally said the exact same thing and said what they wanted to probably hear, even though I was like really saying this off of how I felt. And they still was like, "What are you talking about? What do you mean? This dude sounds stupid." I'm like, bro, I'm literally saying the same talking points y'all say though. But it's just like I think it's just like some people just got that bias, man. Once they already labeled you something or put you in a scope of something, like whatever come out your mouth from there is just trash. That's just what it is. People got that or just like the opposite, right? If they like you, if they like you a lot, you could say some super trash off the wall stuff and they can be like, "Yeah, I feel that. That's crazy. I love it." Like, dude, I just literally just said I was going to take out your family. So it be working. That'd be working on both ends though. But I had to test that too. I'm like, what the heck? I was like, man, that wasn't even a test. I just knew they was going to agree with it because that's how they talk. I mean, they spend their whole life talking about or bashing on men and stuff or whatever. And then I was like, yeah, I can't agree with that. I said, man, a lot of men do lie and all that stuff, which I do agree. I do believe in that. I actually believe that men lie way more than women. Well, at the beginning of a relationship, let me say that first. Before they get in a relationship, I'm gonna say they lie. I would say they lie because they're just pursuers, so they're gonna say anything to get it. And then they gonna also not be real with them. That's the reason why now we can't say the truth or what's real. It's called bashing now, and they rather listen to the lies from the panders now. So it's just bad. We used to pander, right? We used to say all the sweet things, but now we kind of grew out of it. Like, you know what? We can't keep telling women what they want to hear. But nah, we the bad guys because we're telling them what they need to hear, and they still rather just. But it's a maturity thing, you know. And then a lot of people already made their mistakes in life, and you know they don't want to be looked at as excluded, you know. Like a lot of us have been, you know, a lot of us had no choice though, and we realize if we feeling excluded, so we got to do something in our life. Some people just feel like if I'm excluded, that's the end of my life, and it ain't like that. But so, I don't know, man. It's lost souls.
I was about to say something to that too.
What you got?
That you know, because you said something about they will sit up here and listen to the panders, and it's like, damn, why is it that we ask for honesty, right? We'll sit up here and be like, we want you to be honest with us. We want you to be open with us. That should be funny as hell.
I told you, people just say stuff and don't really be meaning it, man. They
And
just...
it's like the moment a person sit up here and be completely honest with you.
No, not that type of honest.
I'm telling you, you would tell a person straight up what exactly you thinking, and they'll be like, no, that's not what men think. You're wrong. You're just you. That's just you. Stop trying to say that's every man, because my father, my brothers, my cousins, my friends. It's like, goddamn. Like,
Like
girl.
you said, man was a monolith.
I'm like, I thought you said you wanted honesty. The moment I became honest.
Not she
You
just
said
being
what, Naya?
honest.
I'm gonna say this though, right? Because Kel said something. I'm like, I agree with y'all. What y'all saying, right? On the honesty part, right? But then,
No, wait on that butt. There you go.
yeah. But listen, don't do me like this.
I love hearing it.
It's when Kev said men had to say, well, men said we just gonna keep it a buck with women, right? So I feel like this. I know myself. I'm going to admit, I know I have a problem with consistency, right? So if I know you, huh?
No, I didn't say no. I said, ooh.
Yeah, like structure, like if I know like we text every morning and we don't text in the morning, I might be like, yo, what's up? And I might be a little nag because that's the structure, right? So for some people, if I've always heard men say this is that, and then boom, out of nowhere, men finally gonna say, oh, I'm gonna tell you the truth now. That might shake up a lot of people's reality to where they can't just say, oh, that's not true, because that's not what's said before. So it's a thing of, I can see where some people can get stuck on that part. Do I believe that people need to grow out of that part? Yes. However, I can see where people can get stuck on the thing of like, no, that's not true. That's not true. This is not, no, that's not what my dad said. That's not what my brother said. That's not what my homeboy do. Because that's the consistency that they have had all throughout the time. So I can see that part.
Yeah, they don't want to admit that they like lies. They really do. We got brought up on that.
And that's true. And I agree with you on that. A lot of people was brought up on lies. But then that's like breaking somebody's teeth while they watching their favorite TV show. They gonna do what? They gonna what? Don't let them be into it now. They gonna flip out. So it's like, it's a thing of, do I believe that people need to get into reality, you know, on the side of like, oh, men keeping a buck? I do. But however, nah, y'all ain't just bring it in. Y'all didn't bring it in smoothly now.
I'm gonna say continue to lie because in reality, you get women like, and I'm gonna bring this shit up every time. You get the Yvettes, them Yvettes with the Jody. Like, her attitude becomes to where it's like you just don't trust nothing your man says, but you still there because it's that little bit of hope that he might change. He might actually tell you the truth. But Jody, when Jody had to sit up here and tell her the actual truth, why you keep lying to me? Why you keep cheating on me? He said, I don't know why. I just do. He said, I lie to you because I love you. I tell them hoes the truth because he don't care for them.
But see that, and that stuff right there does not help. Hearing stuff like that.
It don't.
It don't help at all.
It watching too many movies, man.
It sounds terrible.
Right. So it's like, and that's how I always, that, like, first of all, my daddy didn't allow TV in the house until we watch What's Happening. That's what we watch. all the time, and them people on the boat. And I never could get into the movies of vegetarians. So it's the
So
thing.
y'all don't believe people. So when a man lie, y'all don't believe he's lying to keep everything that he wants.
Wait, when you're saying
I said when a man lie, do you believe that he's lying to keep everything that he really wants?
Yeah.
yeah, but however, man, just keep it a buck. Keep it a
But
buck.
women, hold on. But this where women will sit up here and be like, "Oh, he cheated, so obviously he ain't want to keep me too motherfucking bad. He went up here and cheated. In reality, he hid it from you because it wasn't because he wanted, just because he doing dirt. It's because he don't want to lose you.
So listen, the thing on the
I'm
cheating.
glad you said want though, because you tell the truth of what you need.
Wait,
You flipped it. Hey, that was
you
crazy.
silly. Yeah, that
So
cheating thing.
they be like, I don't need a man. I want him.
And it shows you're gonna get that want treatment. I'm glad you said what wants come behind. When you want, you tell all them lies. And when you need, I need you to stay alive.
No, because now
All
my
right,
thought
Sean.
process. My thought process on the cheating thing. I don't I don't like that. I'm not a fan of the cheating thing because just as much as you can open your mouth and tell how much why you need her and stuff like that on the side, you could express that to me. What's going on before you go out there and cheat? On that part I can't get down. Like that's honestly.
I've been live on 2 hours. You've been super late. Super late. Where's my belt at, son?
I don't know. I want to say in Alta Live not too long ago when we was talking about different battles of women staying in and why after that man cheat. I don't think that's my battle that God prepared me for because I already got the mentality of hey, I don't get on that part. I can't get down with that part of not communicating that before even going to do it. I don't.
Where you get that from? That was random.
No, because she said something about the cheating thing. And we was discussing.
Yeah, because I had asked her, I said, do you think that men lie to keep what they really want? And y'all say yes. And that's what she was responding to.
Yeah, so before you even lie, just tell me before you even decide to go do the thing that you
So y'all say that, but still be mad when he tells you.
Right, I'm about to say honestly. You gotta be selective with the lie. That's what it is. Women don't want that.
That's
They don't want that truth
not
for
what
real.
I'm saying. I'm saying before you go and cheat, and before you have to lie to me, communicate with me.
Oh, I think that's the only lie they thinking about. They said lie to me about everything else but cheating. That's what it is. So I think I'm cracking the code now. That's what it is. Lie to me about everything else, but don't cheat on me. There you go. So that's what's more important. But you can lie about my weight. You can lie about.
What is exactly everything else? Cause
lie to me that you ain't paid the bills the past couple
Lie
months.
that the breath stink.
Oh,
Lie.
wait. Don't lie
Tell
about
me.
don't do that. Wait, because now I'll be mad if I'm in public.
Lie to me and said I look good in this outfit.
Lie.
But don't cheat on me. That's all. The only lie I don't care about.
That cheating stuff, but that's a whole different. No.
see, that shit. No, I don't want to say something, but never mind.
What?
She said, let's go. Let's get it. We got two new welcomers in here. Two more familiar faces. I haven't seen them in a while. So I'm stopping. Carrie, let's get you first. What's up, sis in the building? You know it's just a guy, Kev, in the building.
Hey, just a guy, Kev. Hey, everyone. How y'all doing? Yeah, I've been MIAing because, Lord, the summer has been busy. But how y'all doing?
I'm blessed always.
Yes,
You get a couple of these, and then you already know what the rest coming.
Okay, I mean. Yeah, you been live for a while?
About an hour. That's it.
Oh,
Hour and a half.
Okay. I just come up here because I see a topic that I really, really like.
Uh-oh.
I mean, your prompts are always been, cerebral. Yeah. So what's that cutoff part right there? Are we just
So
going
it's
live?
I actually can show the video too while y'all here. I'll show the video there just to
Oh
make it
yes,
juicy while we
please.
here. Let's go ahead and make it easier.
It says, "Do you believe this is true? Why or why not?" There's a research.
Yeah, research shows that more than half of women have backup ex-boyfriends or friends. And then it says studies, 50% of women have a back burner. Man is as a back burner.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely. Do I need to mute up to hear this video right now?
It's gonna be, and wait till I get to that last one. I can't wait till the Love Genuine one. Now that's the one that's gonna really shake the room up. Hold on, let me see something real quick, cause everybody that think they loving genuine, they got conditional love, boy. Oops. And love languagers. I need you to love me the way I want you to love me. Here, oops. All right, here you go. There go the video.
Should you really have a backup plan? There is new.
Let me make it big real quick. That's what she said. What the heck? That's me. Oh, I was on. Oops. I was super late. That was a weird. That scared me a little bit. I forgot I was in my own live. All right, let me get y'all real quick so y'all can see what it says. So the top of it say.
Unfortunately, yes. And the problem is so.
In a relationship, should you really have a backup plan? There is new research that shows half of all women have a guy on the back burner just in case things go wrong in their current relationship. Physician and national mindful living expert Dr. Romy Mushtaq is here to talk more about that. Dr. Romy, seriously?
Good morning, Tom. I know. And
Come on, this sounds positively guy,
doesn't it? And I have to sit here and defend all of us women, but this is the latest psychology research. I was just as shocked reading this data. More than half of women who are married
women are doing this?
have a backup plan. And what is a backup plan? It means you have someone on the back burner.
So a specific person
that they've identified. And in most cases, it was either an ex-boyfriend or an old friend who never made it to the dating category.
Get out of town.
Unfortunately.
In a relationship, should you really have a backup plan? There is out of town.
Unfortunately, yes. And the problem is social media has just made it too easy to have such a type of behavior.
Right. So I know you're here to say, though,
yes,
watch out, because this is anything but good.
It is. I agree. Mindset matters in relations.
We're in out of town.
There y'all go.
In a relationship.
Can I just say real quick, that is the whitest interview ever.
Yeah.
Get out of town.
Get out of town, right? Exactly. I thought about that too. That is crazy. Get out of town. Say it ain't so.
Oh my god! When he said 50% of all women, especially that they're married. What?
That was worse though. Yeah.
I would understand if it was another boyfriend, girlfriend, married.
Yeah, I believe it though. And I say that because
just imagine the ones that's not married. Oh my gosh, that's why they said 70%.
If y'all look at the divorce rates, y'all think do y'all think that they left those marriages and didn't pursue nobody else?
That makes sense then. That do make sense. What?
I just realized too, because I looked at the reason why they divorced, and do you know that it's not due to infidelity? It's literally due to
irreconciled differences.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we know why.
Not being specific of what it is, and then also it's for financial reasons. So we are okay with cheating on our partner. It's just something more to that adds to it. Wow. I'm in shock.
That's because the guy said, "I'm tired of waiting. You need to come on." So he said, "Okay, I gotta go. Sorry, it's because you was being mean to me last night."
Oh my!
You was being mean to me last night, so I want a divorce. And okay, you ready? We can go.
It just be that simple, right?
It be that simple. You told me no yesterday. It's over.
That was yesterday, right? I was just waiting on it. I was just waiting you to rub it. One little rub.
One little rub.
Oh my Lord.
Knew I couldn't wait. Now, Tommy, what you doing?
I'm not shocked about it though, honestly, because we are in the era of feelings, and feelings override a lot of things. So, and then this is the thing too, maybe like, hey, I know you get married, but shoot, you taking my wife. I'ma sit down. I'ma sit in the back though. If anything happen, let me know. And she keep it at the back of her head. So that's what it is. Yeah, man, it's trying to say.
Oh,
the men ain't no good neither. Shit.
Facts, right? He's just sitting there waiting. I will wait for you here, there. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna wait till you get done doing what you're doing.
All right.
When you done playing house, like what?
Yeah,
When you take it,
you bring that thing
that
back
is crazy.
home.
That's some desperate stuff right there.
That's too patient. Like, then you gonna wait for a whole marriage, kids, and everything.
Oh, right. Well, it's year number 45. What's the deal? Like, bro, that show that a lot of dudes don't get none. They did say it was like, like one out of 3 men is smaceless and 30 years old.
Year 45.
So that answers my question then. That answered my question, because I always hear when they said that 50% of men are unsubscribed to women, meaning no smacks, no dating, no nothing. Just literally like, look, I am going to live my life without them due to their, their unscrupulous reasons of what they want in a man, right? So I'm like, oh, so that means that these women are not only cheating with other men outside of their relationship, but they're cheating with the same men. That means it's a cycle. They're cycling these men. They're sleeping with the same people.
And wonder why they don't have a cycle. I wanted to throw that in there.
I wonder why you ain't get your cycle.
Right.
No way.
No, that's too funny.
That literally answered my question. Look, there are times when I'm like, you know what? Married women are a lot better when they're in a relationship, because at least they can deal with with their men doing whatever it is. I don't care if it's infidelity; they're willing to deal with that. But the fact that I had to literally look up what I just listened to is diabolical, egregious, outrageous. I am shocked. I actually did not believe that.
I'm not shocked.
I think I had a little hint before, because they used to mention it.
I'm not shocked, because shit, I was like, look at the divorce rates. Who y'all think that these women leaving with all this money in the house and shit, the kids, the car and shit?
Why y'all think they got a boyfriend 2 weeks after they divorced? Like, this ain't no good.
But
I'm about to go get. Look, I'm about to go get who I really want.
But I think, why I said I didn't believe it? I think it's more so because I was so focused on hearing so many women that are single or have never been married. They always have these high expectations. So I'm thinking, oh, it's only a small amount of us that are married, because I'm married, right? Yeah. A small amount of us are married. So I was only thinking that it's only women that are never married or divorced that are dealing with such things. But to actually hear that most married women are in that realm as well, it actually does shock me, because I'm like, most of us are not even married. Most of us don't even have a ring on our finger. It's only a little percentage of us. So I don't even know what to think at this point. Like, for real. But that really, really shocked me. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
They're ready for the streets.
Yeah.
You be ready for the streets.
Oh my gosh. That is indeed a fact.
That's crazy.
A fact. Wow.
I just nothing like new for real, because it's something that men been doing forever. They've been having women on the side already. So it's just, and women like, that's how you do it. Okay, we're gonna find mine. That's it's like, let me hang on to it. It's like, all right,
Oh wow.
That 20% be waiting at the back
It'd be a
door.
lot of it'd be a lot of that matching energy.
Yeah, like they match.
Yes, she's done.
They match your energy. That's why when they say there was trick. Y'all wasn't trick. Y'all know exactly who y'all be getting with. That's it. That's what it is. So y'all both be having y'all little person waiting somewhere and be shocked. And then
It's
act
like
you wanna get all
literally
the
when I
money.
see relationships today, I really see two can play that game. That's all I see.
Dang. Cause everybody playing with each other.
Whoa.
Oh, not like that though. But
Oh,
Whoa
wait
there.
a minute. Plot twist.
That's right. Record scratch.
Wait a
Scratch the
minute.
record.
He said, "What video was that?"
Right.
Is that on TikTok?
Wow.
get
But
your
that makes
minds out the gutter. That's crazy.
but that
Damn,
makes me want to
y'all. I know.
answer.
That's
But
where
that
I'm
makes me want to answer that first question that you asked when it says, "What does the statement men need to step up" mean? And a lot of the times I hear that, oh, he needed to get a better job.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to get out of the house. He needs to stop playing the game. He needs to do better at being a good father and all that stuff. But I never heard anything of, he's at his downfall right now, and maybe he needs to seek some form of counsel. And I don't mean a therapist or just go talk to the lady. Maybe he just needs to talk to another man that might have elevate from his situation, and he needs to kind of like digress from what he's going through at the moment, because a lot of the times they're like, oh, he just needs to do better. He ain't shit right now. This, that, the third, blah, 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 blah. It's almost as if they're talking down on him than actually helping or trying to find some sort of resources to assist the fact that he's down. So it's like, I always wanted to ask that question, like, what do you actually mean that he needs to do better? Better at doing what? Of the simple fact that he needed to do these things so he can treat you well, or to treat himself well for the sake of others, or for himself. I've always wanted to ask that. So I think this is a different perspective that I honestly wanted to hear from men, actually, because I really don't know how to answer this.
Right. I really want to know what it is. That's why I feel like somebody going to say, and we'll see when this room pick up. Yeah, because I want to see that's a statement I keep hearing. Men need to step up. Okay, and what? I want to see.
Wait, what's the question? Sorry.
The first one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's get you up in it. Let's get you up. Yeah. What does the statement men need to step up?
Sorry.
Huh?
Go ahead. I was laughing at Carrie.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry about you. I'm mute.
Let my butt off. I feel like I said it like that. Okay. What does the statement "men need to step up" mean? Is it something men can do only? Y'all know most of my questions is not even really set up for y'all. Just like I be noticing when I go in some of y'all rooms, I can tell the questions ain't set up for us. Just
Yeah, I was
for the
just
ops.
about to say that, because I'm like, wait, the way how it's set up, I'm like, I don't think this question
Yeah, this
is
for
for
the ops.
us.
They don't even come out my mouth. Men need to step up. Like,
Right, that's why I
but
said
we hear it.
I don't even think I heard none of y'all say that. That's why I was like, let me hear me say this real quick, man. Most of our topics not even set up for us, it's for the ops.
So seriously, because men need to step up. You right, like that's what you ain't on. They
Right.
already.
Now that you said that,
Well, I'm glad you said that finally from a man, because they do need to step up. Like my ex that I'm waiting on when my husband leaves. Like, what you talking about? Like, what we talking about?
couldn't wait for that time, right? They gonna throw their own projection in there. My ex, he never took care of his kid, even though I kicked him out. Like what? That don't make sense. All right, we're gonna rock with that. He was supposed to fight for that love.
Cleaning for no man.
Like them on everything.
I sent him to jail, but he was supposed to fight out of jail for his kid.
Supposed to fight. You supposed to I don't care if they come at you with all the weapons in the world. You want to come fight for your kid. Like,
right.
So when if they unalive me, then who gonna be there for the kids? Just let me know.
You
Like, what are
supposed to
you
fight
saying?
the Grim
You
Reaper.
supposed to wake back out of that sleep? Like what?
Right,
God, you supposed to
exactly.
wear a bulletproof vest.
You ain't
And he
trust
needs to go
strong
back to his
enough.
mama since he always up under his mama. That man, why are you up under him if he was a mama's boy?
So you up under him, that's under his mama.
Always trying to have competition. That's the problem.
Right. Everybody up under each
Oh,
other. Dang.
y'all trying to shake the room up in here like that? Okay.
That'd be the thing right there. Always pick me from this room. That's all you got in here, Kev. Pick me.
Oh, you already know y'all done, folks. Yeah, don't let y'all speak too long. Let them find out later.
Yeah, for real though. But I'm not gonna lie though. I really would like to hear what a man would think when they hear that though. You get what I'm saying? Because it's like, I know how it is, how men are. They don't really listen to women. But maybe due to a woman's action, they probably listen. But I'm sorry, y'all. This train is very loud. I'll be right back momentarily.
It's doing his thug thizzle. Where's she in here? Oh, I remember she was in here last time riding her bike and stuff.
Yeah, as soon as I went inside, my husband was like, I'm hungry, and I'm like, all right, I gotta step down.
There you go. You already know. But yeah, we gonna see. I think so. Since you asked it in that way, you said what come in mind. So when I hear that, I believe most of the time it be a personal thing, something that happened, and it always be the women. It always be either the women or. I'll just be real. I ain't about to play that a little bit. I hear from women more than anything. I'll say, man, maybe a man come up here and answer that. I ain't never heard a man say, man, you need to step up. Maybe if it is like that, it's talking about a sport game or something like that, or some competitive thing. Step up, bro. We losing. I can feel that, right? But when I'm hearing it lately, I would say it's more of it's a personal situation that they trying to express to the world and trying to see who else went through what they went through. So they were like, man, they need to step up. And I think the number one is about taking care of the kids. I think I hear that lately. Another one may be step up by letting me blame you and you take everything that I blamed you for and be receptive of it. And it wasn't my fault. It was your fault. So step up and tell the truth about my lie. Something like that. I don't know. And let me see. Can I think of another reason? Well, I mean, what's the thing I get out of it? Even with that, step up and make the pinch even bigger type stuff. It's like not look like a pinch. But let me see. Yeah, that's what comes to my mind when I hear a woman say that though. But I just want to see what come in a lot of their minds when they say that though. Like I said, when I hear a dude say it, most of the time it's they might say lift the weight or a sport, might be even a spades game. So I mean, it'd be stuff like that. Usually some competitive thing when a man tell another man to step up. But a woman is more of step up good enough for me. Step up to treat me the way I want to be treated. That's what I think.
I got you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this before I mute. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never ever told a man that, but I hear it a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my perspective to that is that if you want him to step up, would it mean that you would have to do the same thing, or at least try to support the fact that he needs to evolve from a situation? Because how that goes or how that works is that he has to understand what he needs to step up from, right? And and a lot of the times, yes, I do hear it a lot in regards to them want to be treated better. But in order for him to understand that is that you have to move in action. And a lot of the times we talk a lot and they don't want to hear that. So if you want him to understand that, you have to first have a conversation with him to and see what's on his mind. Like, you know, hey, how are you? How you doing? How's your mental stride is going? You know, what do you need? What are you lacking? Is it something that I'm not understanding from you? You know what I mean? Because I noticed that right now you might not be happy, you might be frustrated, you might be irritated. I don't know. Can we please have that conversation? What's going on? That should be the first questions that you should be having with the guy that, you know, with any guy that you're dealing with, and see how it goes from there. But a lot of the times when they say, oh, they need to step up, it comes from a way where it's very derogatory, to the point where men do feel or do understand that that might sounds rude because you say it that way, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's all I gotta say for right now. I'm gonna mute up.
Okay, for sure. Right. The heat is coming. The heat will come. I feel like, what was the song about? It's crazy. I can make up random stuff and shake other people's room. I can't shake my own room. What the heck going on? Maybe I just gotta get some rest. What was this? My boy Jacob in the building. Oh my God. That's what happened when you set up prompts made for ops. Man, yeah, because it's just like, I think most of us we probably understand the concept behind a lot of these things already.
I think we're a little. Come on up, y'all. Say your piece.
I was gonna say too with that, the man definitely has to be willing to be, what you say, something you said, Carrie. First of all, this statement shouldn't be said. Like, you know, you try to fight.
This thing is tripping. Oops. Is everybody back? What happened? Y'all hear me? TikTok acting weird now. I swear it's doing some extra stuff.
It's back to what it was.
There we go. What you got for us, my brother?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, everybody. Hey, so, I don't know, man. Not too long ago, I left from a live, and it's relating to the first question here. What does the statement "men need to step up" mean? Is it something men can do only? Right? So, like I say, I just left this live, and it's this African chick, and she was battling some other African chick from Nigeria, right? And she was just quick to say, give me some money, give me some coins, give me gifts. And she didn't have anybody on her side. I was the only one, and she was feeling really, really down. I'm a nice guy. I'm a good guy. And so I was trying to help her out. She was really, really upset about it, right? And so I was trying to step up and say, hey, you're a beautiful girl too. I can help you out. Here's some tap, right? Got her up to like 2,000, right? And she's steady asking me for some coins.
Mm-hmm.
You don't deserve my money. What do you mean? That's rude. You're being rude. I said, that's called being self-entitled. You have a self-entitlement complex. Oh, you're being rude. You're being rude. You're telling me I don't deserve your money. I was just like, I'm trying to help you out with the taps. You wanted somebody to help the taps. Like, you want me to go beyond and give you money, and you're begging. Why? I'm not your husband, I said. You're not my wife.
So why do you expect for me to go beyond? You get what I'm saying? And it's weird because I had conversation with somebody earlier today, this morning, how African women, he says that African women are becoming just like the women here in the States.
Uh-oh.
And right? So it was like when he said that, he was like, I'm going to turn in my passport. That's it. I'm turning in my passport right
Right.
now. And I was like, wait, what? So I just witnessed it. And I understand, in their culture, you have to come up and say, hey, I want your wife, I want your daughter. What is it called when you pay some, pigs and cows and stuff like that? What is that called again when you pay for their daughter? It's a term they use. I don't know.
You got me on that. Anybody know what that is?
But my point is, it's odd how, you can protect women, you can offer advice,
They said dowry.
dowry. That's it. Exactly. Good catch. I understand the whole concept of the dowry, but I wasn't trying to, look into being her husband. And that's the whole problem today. And apparently over there in Africa, why do you expect for men to give you money, just throw you money when you didn't earn it? You get what I'm saying? I said deserve, but I should have said earn. So she took offense. She was so heartbroken, dude. And it made me feel some type of way.
That's crazy
It
that
really did.
this mindset is spreading out. That Western mindset.
Yeah.
I was talking about that actually in another live about that when I was talking about the love language thing, which I know there's gonna be a sweaty part about that one. But it's just like I think a lot of us do have, especially in America, who got that entitlement mentality. And I tell people when your expectations, the more you have an expectation towards something, the less you're gonna have appreciation for it. When you expect things, or gratefulness. And gratefulness, if people really understand what gratefulness is and appreciation is, they wouldn't be, a lot of things they wouldn't be stressing about. Like even with it, like that, it goes as far as like peace, happiness, was it peace, happiness, and even love itself. Like you start appreciating and realizing that you don't really. Everybody got this thing where you feel like you just deserve this and deserve that, and that's why a lot of us get hurt. Notice that every time somebody get hurt, man, I deserve better and all that stuff like that. What did you do to deserve better? You know what I'm saying? But a lot of us hurt ourselves that way. Yeah, I mean, it's this mindset that taught us that way. Disney done messed a lot of us up. You deserve that. You're entitled to that. You got to get that. And then when that don't happen, guess what? We on this app talking about all men ain't this and all women ain't that. So you see what Disney done did, how that turned out. So. That's why I'm trying to get people out this entitlement mentality, man. I'm trying to get us out of that, man. Maybe we'll be a little bit more happy in life. But yeah, that's sad. You said that's happening in Africa too, man. It's spreading like a plague. And who came up first? Was it Nair? Mute all three. Well, I knew Sean was gonna come in with the. Yeah, that would. No, actually, it was. I think Lala said she the one that did it. I think by mistake. I don't know, because it had to be the person that did it. Dude, Sean is petty. That's why they call him the petty supervisor. Yeah. Let me get whoever on mute first between restarting. Nah, forget it. I can't remember who did it.
Go ahead, Nay.
Okay, Nay. Okay, Nay. Okay, Nay. Nay, how you feel about this, man? So it was on the news. I seen it on Instagram. I felt like this was kind of interesting. They said the topic itself is say study, and that's what everybody loves, studies, So it popped up on Instagram. It says study shows or that actually I can play the video for you, make it easier for everybody. There's 9 people in here. I play the video for y'all real quick, so this stuff pick up a little bit more. Hold up. All right, I got the video. Yeah, make sure y'all know it ain't just coming out my mouth. I just find it interesting. Let's see, that shit's turning volume up real quick. Let's go ahead and make this picture big. Make that better big. All right, here we go. Almost about this. I thought I was say Mike Blay.
Should you really have a backup plan? There is
wait.
out of town.
Unfortunately, yes.
It's on Orlando News.
Should you really have a backup plan? There is new research that shows half of all women have a guy on the back burner just in case things go wrong in their current relationship. Physician and national mindful living expert Dr. Romy Mushtaq is here to talk more about that. Dr. Romy, seriously?
Good morning, Tom. I know, and I
Come
feel
on,
like
this sounds positively guy.
doesn't it? And I have to sit here and defend all of us women, but this is the latest psychology research. I was just as shocked reading this data. More than half of women who are
Happily married women are doing this?
have a backup plan. And what is a backup plan? It means you have someone on the back burner,
So a specific person
a
they've
specific
identified.
person that they've identified, and in most cases it was either an ex-boyfriend or an old friend who never made it to the dating category.
Get out of town.
Unfortunately.
In a relationship, should you really have a out of town?
Unfortunately, yes. And the problem is social media has just made it too easy to have such a type of behavior.
All right, so I know you're here to say, though,
Yes.
watch out, because this
Absolutely.
is anything but good.
It is. I agree. You know, mindset matters in relationships.
We're in a out of town.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, now y'all know. Now y'all get it though. So, do you believe this can be true or not? And what will make you think not or think so? Basically, that's what the question is asked. Hold on, let me move out the way real quick. My bad. Get back there. There you go. What you got for me?
Well, basically, like what they said on Restart with Kiki in the chat, like it's basically called placeholder. So yeah, I definitely agree. Like some of them, like they don't even get to the dating phase. Like you're just a situationship. But yeah, and that boyfriend girlfriend stuff getting so fake. Like, why do you need a fake title for it? But yeah, like they don't even get to the dating phase. Some of them be just in a situationship, like basically like friends with benefits, and wondering why like they haven't like moved forward, or if that man ain't make it, like if he didn't like tell you like what y'all are, then yeah. Like, but I think like everybody can be like a placeholder, like men and women.
Interesting. Okay, what you got, Kiki? I ain't gonna say your name. That first name feel like I'm gonna give a banana trying to say they gonna think I said something else.
Well, you gotta shout out the business, RWK. Follow my blog. But I think that today's people are scared to be committed, and they're scared for different reasons. A lot of people are scared because like the older
So
generation.
before you come with your own thing real quick, do you believe that the topic is true or not? Do you believe a lot of women have a backup plan, basically?
Heck yeah. I think, yeah, that's like the new common thing today, because people don't believe that their partners are going to be faithful to them. People think that, sorry.
Even the dog, like, no,
Get away. Sorry.
Stop.
But, people, well, this is the truth. When I listen to my peers, when I'm listening to the people on social media, everybody bring up cheating, right? Nobody brings up the fact of like the things I have broken up with people for is like, oh, we don't have enough time for each other. Oh, you don't want to have children. Oh, you know, we don't have the same goals in life. I've never had, not yet at least, and let's knock on some damn wood, but when I come online, everybody talks about how they hate their ex, how everybody's getting cheated on and getting STDs and stuff like that, and they hate each other. And so I feel like, yeah, the average person is scared of being cheated on. And I think it really stems from what the older generation tell them. Like, a lot of people teach their kids about the toxic things people do, and they never follow up with, oh, these are the bad people, don't date them, right? They say things like, men only want you for your body, right? I don't think that's all men. I feel like that's an immature man. I feel like that's a boy, who's not ready to be in love, who's not ready to be a husband. But they don't say that. They tell men, girls are just a distraction, right? And so when we teach the new generations bad things about the opposite sex and don't mention, hey, this is bad, these are what unquality people who are not quality, do, then it becomes, okay, I can't tell the difference between good people and bad people. I've just lumped everybody together. And that's how most men and women are. Like, I don't hear people preaching positivity or, things that like red flags, green flags, or anything like that. It's just all negative.
Or is it the rooms you choose? But yeah, I feel you on that. All right. I think it was Victory first, then Moses. Is I'm right?
Dang, where did it come
I
from?
gotta
That's
keep
great.
up. Huh? You said what?
And I was like, dang, where everybody come from? I'm bad.
She talks so fast. Go ahead, Victory. Then I'm gonna get Moses next, and then get him Imperial. My brother Gabe in the bill.
Okay. So I see your topic says kind of small amount. Do you believe?
So basically, it was the video I played. You seen the video?
Yeah, I just heard the video when I pulled up.
Okay, yeah, it was basically that. Do you believe that video is true? That's all I was asking.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, if we're looking at today's aspect, without a doubt, and it's no excuse, right? Because a lot of people say, they're afraid of they're thinking their spouse is going to cheat on them or whatever the case may be, right? And mostly they try to attribute unfaithfulness with men, but we all kind of know what the truth is with that. But they think that is the case. Well, they can't even tell what's going to happen an hour from now, so they're doing that absolute absurd fear for nothing. That's like, you think, oh, I'm gonna go to the grocery store and I'm not going to the grocery store because I'm gonna get hit by a car. I mean, come on. You don't know what's gonna happen an hour from now, 10 minutes, let alone a year, whatever the case may be. So a lot of times it's just unwarranted, nonsensical type of stuff. And I think a lot of that is just immaturity and kind of like a child's mindset.
Okay. Moses, what you got for me, my brother?
Thank you for allowing me to come up.
Oh yeah.
So you talk about what does the statement "men need to step up" mean?
We on the video. I don't know if you was here was you here when I played that video?
No, I wasn't.
Yeah. So the video basically saying that a lot of about more than half the women more than half of women have a back burner or have a backup plan, man, like friends, either friend zone or something like that. And then they said married woman. Do you believe that so?
Absolutely, I do. Especially in today's climate, because when you think about it, nobody has faith in relationships. They already go in defeated. All right, and the reason for that is because so many of them have been in so many relationships and they've been run through like water, and none of them has been able to sustain anything that is good. So they feel like every relationship is going to be that way. All right, because they failed with so many different relationships, and for the life of them, they can't understand why. It's like, why does this keep happening? Maybe it's because you're continuously choosing the same type of people. and not only that, but perhaps it's because there's some things about you need to change. And if you did, then you would stop accepting the same type of people in your life, and then perhaps you'll get different results. But they, a lot of these women are going out with the same group of characters, might be a different face, but the same mindset. And then it doesn't work. So they're like, well, they just giving up. So I'm going to go into this relationship. And if this person doesn't cow down to me and appease me the way that I want to be appeased, that selfishness, then I'm going to already have a standby in order to pass on to it. And that will be the continuum of their lives until they get so played out and old, or the reputation gets tossed around so much that won't nobody want anything to do with them. And not understanding that that's a reflection of who you are and your character, that you're able to attract a man and can't keep one. You know what I'm saying? That's what that comes down to. Because if you're a woman, if you're an attractive woman, an intelligent woman, and you got things going on with you, you should be able to get the same type of man. If you're not getting the same type of man, then maybe it's because the revelation of who you really are on the inside doesn't match who you're presenting yourself as on the outside.
Right. Yeah, that's facts for sure. Wow. Bars. Okay. Oh, let's get Gabe in the building. What you got for me, man? You believe it's true or not?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it rough and raw. Yeah, they got to back up, especially between the ages of I don't know, from 70 all the way until the early 90s. That whole generation, most of them had a backup plan whenever they got out their mama and daddy's house. They had the man that'll take them out to eat, the man that'll blow their back out, the man that'll fix their car, the man that'll do anything. They have categories of men for this. That's why it's called a backup. So with that, and then as far as the marriage, all women have a backup when it comes to marriage. They always got that dude on the back burner. And I'm saying that because I've watched it. I've watched two people that were married for 30 plus years. Woman had a dude on the side the whole time. So, and this isn't our people. This is just people in general. So, anybody that's gonna sit up here and try and force the conversation back on men, it's not about men. It's about y'all women having the backup plan. They ain't say a man had a backup plan. Most men don't have a backup. We find one and we want to stick to that no matter hell or high water.
So I don't know about that one. There's some dudes out here.
Yeah,
some dudes out here slanging some stuff. I ain't gonna lie.
Look.
But that's the little small percentage that can get women, though. That's why I don't know why they always put it in on.
Right, but Kev, that's the point. The point that I'm making is the video had nothing to do with men, and everybody's gonna keep trying to flip the script. Well, what does the man do? No, why does the woman have the backup? Stick to the topic. Stop trying to rearrange it to fit your narrative and your personal feelings on what's asked of you. They want to talk about emotional intelligence. No, I'm just saying they want to talk about emotional intelligence on this app. Use your emotional intelligence to figure out why you're trying to bait and switch. I mean,
interesting. So, yeah. So it's open panel from this point. I'm about to make a quick little run. So I got a few of my minds in here anyway. So it's open panel. However y'all want to start it. If y'all wanted to converse, I'll be right back.
A little live run. But anyway, who is that?
You her, Sean. It's your turn, Psych. He said, "You know how long I've been waiting for this? Y'all ain't on another movie yet. I'm about to make a name for myself."
I feel like relationships too, like I'm 27 and I can only think from my mindset. And although I'm trying to alter my mindset, it still is what it is, right? And when I think of like a relationship, like I feel like it's very risky. Like I think my biggest fear about being with a man is number one, choosing the wrong man, right? And then my next fear would be looking stupid. Because I just see so many people who are in relationships and they're being dogged out. Like they're being hold on, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Your dog is
But
calling Cap.
yeah, I have like 2 German Shepherds. Well, one's a German Shepherd Husky, the other one's just a Husky, so they're crazy. But
Lovely breeds.
yeah, they're crazy and very verbal. But yeah, I feel like it's scary. Like I was just talking to Victory, which I feel like your name was different before, but okay. And he was basically talking about how being in a relationship is for better or for worse. And when I was young, like I used to think that was like, okay, yeah. But then I be seeing some people's worse. And I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I want to be with you for the worst. Like what, like maybe I just got to have some hard like deal breakers, like cheating, definitely, DV, definitely. You know, I don't know.
So here's the thing, panel, and
I hear victim mentality.
This is the real thing here.
Not victim,
So
alcoholism. I don't want to deal with that.
yeah. So here's the thing, though. The thing is this: everything on this planet, when you wake up, it is a possibility of it going fantastically or going left. When I got deployed, well, actually, when I signed to go active duty, that wasn't a guarantee when I got deployed that I was coming back. Not at all. I could have, I mean, my body could have came back and I wouldn't have come back at all. It's not a guarantee. I was married and we didn't make it. Here's the thing though. You got to be, I mean, reality is you have to be able to accept the good and the bad and deal with those things as they come. My brothers, who've been married for 27 years, both, they almost didn't make 5 years, but they overcame it together. 27 years, one in Division I basketball, a full scholarship, Division I Minnesota Gophers, another just thriving beyond belief and so forth, and they made it. So the thing is, people think that they're about to go through this walk in life unscathed. They are, that's not mature. And I don't understand the age thing because I was 18 with my own apartment when I was 18, my own apartment, and I knew that all things wasn't rosy. Now maybe it's because I came up on the west side of Chicago, but I knew everyth's not rosy, everything's not going my way. I'm not. That sounds so naive to me when we think that this is some type of fairy tale and everything is going to go our way, and every time we ask for something is going to be a yes. Sometimes a no is better than that. So all I'm saying is there's risk, reward. There's a risk, there's reward. And the bottom line is people think that they're about to escape this thing unscathed. Even if you by yourself, I guarantee you're not. You've probably already been through it and you're going to go through it again. And that is a promise.
Yeah. It's just like, it feels like choosing the worst option out of shitty options. You know? So like, that's why I feel like it's all about choosing the right person. But what if, I don't know, like, how do you even know if it is the right person? Or I think I got some good advice from a friend because most of my friends are married. And I was talking to my best friend because I'm like, you know, I do want to date somebody. Like, I want to like somebody. And she was basically saying like, well, things aren't going to be perfect. And I'm very dismissive. Like, I work a certain type of lifestyle where everything is neat and organized and thought through and observed and analyzed. And so taking myself out of that, right, in everyday life and dating someone, it's too many things that can be out of my control. But then, you know, you got to take accountability, right? And so then it's just like, at the end of the day, it's going to be my fault. And I guess me personally, I'm scared to make a mistake. I think that's what it really boils down to. And the biggest mistake, again, being choosing the wrong person. Because what if he was right? I mean, my ex was like that. He was like what I envisioned as a great man, but then he got, you know, ill and became addicted to his medicine. And and I tried to ride the wave and be with him and hold him down, but that shit was too much for me. And I said, no, thank you. I have to let him go. So I'm just like, how many times do I even want to go through that, with a person? There's a lot of crazy things going on out here. Yes, the fifth projection. I said me and I and how I felt. And it can feel negative. Yes, I said I'm working on my mindset. I did say those things. I gave disclaimers.
No, I wasn't going at you, but I would say, do you think perspective play a major part in this? As far as like, let's say you say that it's to me rolling the what you said about relationship and your relationship period, right? I would say it is like I say it's like rolling the dice. You really don't know what the hell you're going to get, right? But I think when you think of the aspect of the part of being scared, I think there's more things to be scared in life than just a relationship. Like when you get in your car, you trust your vehicle, right? You don't know if the damn brake's gonna go out, but you get in and drive every day. You don't have those thoughts in mind when you drive in your car. So when you're dealing with someone or before you get into a relationship, why do you have all of those negative thoughts or what if or what could be? Like, what is the purpose of having that? And I feel like you putting your mind in a space of a space that may not even happen. It's like it's kind of pointless at the beginning of the day.
Exactly, Sean. Like, but I just think that people like are so negative. Like when it comes to relationships, though, like nothing else. But but not just relationships, but they are so negative, especially when it comes to marriage. But yeah, you can do everything that is like a wife husband duty, but you're talking negative about it, but you're doing more than what you are. Like, make it make sense.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't really care if I ever do get married and she has a separate account. I don't care about that. If it ever comes down to the point where we have to divorce and the court system is going to be like, hey, you can't just walk away leaving her in destitute, I'll be like, well, shit, she had her own account so she could take care of herself. That's how I'm looking at it. Write up a damn contract and say, hey, this is what needs to be done. This is what we were getting done. This is what I was getting done. So anything other than that, once we get this divorce finalized and she has her account, I'm good. But it sucks to have to think that far ahead and have that doubt in the back of your mind when you're in a relationship or and being in a marriage. But I mean, you got to be prepared. So like I said, I don't care. I might be a weird guy.
Here's the thing. It's nothing wrong in life. I mean, because sometimes we go off into that, but you don't want to be prepared to be defeated. If that was the case, and this is something I say to even those who are in NSBE, the same organization with me, we have to understand that there's two things that's going to happen. This is going to either go your way or it's not. Right? It's going to go your way or it's not. This is not a fairy tale situation. However, it could be the greatest story ever told. 30 years from now, you guys could be talking with your grown kids about how you made it through the trials and tribulations together and how it strengthened you. 30 years from now, you guys can be watching together, watching your own, now grown folks, kids walk down the aisle and say, remember that was us 30 years ago. The thing is it worth it? And I've been married, right? I know what that can feel like when things start to, the walls start to close in. However, I still believe in the sanctity of marriage that God has ordained, and that's the thing. So it just goes back to the point. Everybody is like, not everybody, my apologies. Many are like, man, this could happen. Okay. Well, when I got deployed 2009 for 16 months, for maybe about 1 hour, all kind of stuff rolling in my head. And then after that, I was like, it doesn't matter whether I make it or not. You know, did I at least put in the work that needed to be put in? Whether I come back breathing or not doesn't matter at this point. Because here we go. We, you know, and brothers, we going in together, and hopefully we can come back that way. So my thing is, it's a risk with anything. Some people left the house today, but they didn't come back. Can't be afraid to walk outside. So I'm just saying.
Hey, I got I think it's He Is Victory. Do you believe that? I know you talking about marriage, right?
Yeah.
Do you believe that every man role in a marriage is the same, or is it predicated on what the woman in the marriage is looking for from that man?
Well, I believe it in the biblical sense, Sean, but I'll say in the biblical sense, every man's role is the same. Like to lead, bro. You know what I'm saying? I led soldiers. I still lead. I lead engineers now, right? You know, and to lead, but also to lead in love and so forth. I can't. My thing, Sean, is I cannot allow the other part to say, okay, because you are not, I'm not. That's why, Sean, I gotta make sure that we're equally yoked. We're on the same page. We're aligned, right? And I do it the best way possible. Because I'm not God, bro. I can't tell you what's gonna happen a year from now. I can't even tell you if I'm gonna be here a year from now. You know what I mean? But what I am gonna say is, you know, I put my best foot forward, bro. Win, lose, or draw. I'm not gonna escape the heartache. I've already been there. I came up in that. You know, you know, so I'm gonna stand firm on the way it is, the way it should be, and pray that he is leading, because we're gonna go through some tumultuous times, man. Even friends I've had, we're gonna go through some tough times, but you know what? We still friends today, and because of that, we got very strong friendships, a strong, true brotherhood where they're not afraid to let me know, hey, you need to pour back off that, bro. You know,
Okay.
all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
So we know that. Okay, we can stay on the biblical context, right? And my next question would be, as far as men being the lead, right, the head, as they say, right? What does it look like when we are supposed to submit to our wives? What does that look like? We know what it's like for a woman to submit to us, but as far as the biblical text, when it says submit to one another, what does that look like? What does it look like for a man to submit to his wife biblically?
So biblically, to submit to your wife, say for instance, if there are certain things that, you know, she's looking to do, and it's not going to be a hindrance to the family, and, you know, things are looking great, all that good stuff, you know, it's like, hey, support that. You know, if it's something that's not going to be a detriment or defile the marriage bed, those type of things, you know, that's what that looks like. You know, being that support. Shoot, Sean, my brother who's been married on 27 years, brother, he's mastered that, man, with his wife. You know, and it's like he gets the final say every time. I mean, my sister in matrimony, she already knows it. She was like, well, let's see what Richard says. Let's see what your dad says, talking to, you know, the kids and stuff. Well, let's see what your dad said. You know, it might not be a problem for me, but it may be a problem for him. And then sometimes she'll say, go ahead, honey, you got that. Here, you know, she'll call him up. He'll be like, no, go ahead, honey, you got it. I'm getting back to work. You know what I'm saying?
So okay, and I'm just building with you. That's all. Don't think I'm questioning, but it's more of a build at the same time. Because I also believe in the scripture also, right? And so when I read that, like, I guess when I hear like how we describe like what submissive mean, right? And it say submit to one another. And then I hear the part of like, you know, we supposed to have the final say so. If I go off that logic, then how does that look if God has the final say so, but he let Moses have the final say so in an instance, right? When Moses had to stop him from unaliving people, right? So didn't Moses kind of like correct God in a sense? So
no. I apologize. I ain't mean with this abrupt interruption. No, Moses didn't stop God. See, God already knew. God is omniscient. Nothing catches him by surprise. But what Moses showed was his faithfulness until he struck. When God said, speak to the rock, and he struck, God said, now you're not going to go into the promised land. Now you're going to stay here. Now, right? So because it's God who has the final say. We just the creation. He's the creator. But he already knew. He already knew. That's why he'll allow certain things.
When you gave a description of what a man's supposed to submit to a woman, and it's two questions. Would you say that you made that up as far as your own interpretation? And then on the other part, where does it say that the man has the final say so in the Bible? Or could you say that is that something that we also added in there outside of what it actually says? Because neither one say, neither, as far as what I hear people add on what they think it means instead of like the description you gave as far as how to submit to your wife. I don't see that biblically, and I also don't see where biblically it say that we have the final say so. So from your understanding, is that something that people have added and we just go along with it, or it actually says that in the scripture?
No, so 1 Corinthians chapter 7 gives the entire breakdown. Even 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 15, where it says the only time God allows divorce, right? So 1 Corinthians chapter 7, all of that is about marriage, all of it, right? And mostly the submission comes definitely when you got to come back together in intimacy, right? Because God says, do not go to sleep angry about the things that we that have taken place and so forth with us, between us, especially with believers. But also, he also states that we ought to forgive 70 times 7. And that means with this, there's no adding on to it. It's just exegesis, right? So exegesis, when we look at it, what did God say to Eve? He said, the man will be the head of you and you will serve him, right? That is in the book of Genesis. That is the first man and woman, husband and wife situation, as far as in the book of Genesis, where God talks about that. He set up the structure the way it's supposed to be. So it's structured that way. But yeah, so that's it, bro. 1 Corinthians gives you the whole rundown on the marriage. And then we can go into Genesis when God told Eve, this is how this is going to go, especially when they were disobedient.
So what makes someone what makes someone married? Do you need a pastor or a priest, or what makes someone married according to the biblical text?
Well, what makes one married has nothing to do with the government. I see where you're going with that, and you are correct. We can talk offline about how, because of God's grace, I've been able to get men out of that situation with that whole government thing. But when I got married, bro, I didn't do any kind of the license, right? I didn't do any of that. I got married by a pastor actually in his home with some witnesses on my side and her side. So you don't have to go to the register of deeds and do all that kind of stuff. You don't have to do that. As a matter of fact, you can actually write an affidavit and let them know this is just an announcement, but this is not a contractual obligation to any state entity. And we can talk about that offline. I can show you that, and I can show you the rebuttal that I got from those public servants. So that's all I'm saying. But it's between the covenant, Sean, is with yourself and your wife, and with God leading the way. That's the covenant. Has nothing to do with the government. That is a post World War II perversion of what matrimony is. Just like the alphabet community thinking they are getting into some matrimony. No, you're not. You're just doing something. But God ordained marriage between the man and the woman. So anyway, that's it. But if you want to know more, Sean, I have no problem with sharing my laptop with you, and I'll show
Oh
you.
no, don't get me wrong. I have a lot of information, but I just like to pick people that believe like me. If you don't believe, I don't really bother people or bring those conversations up. But I was just kind of interested because I guess from my interpretation of it, that where it say if a man entice a woman, he should marry her, right? So I think, and I ain't gonna talk about it.
Do you remember when Paul said if one is burning with passion, they should get married or stay single? And then you remember Ephesians chapter 5, verse 22 to 25, where it talks about, the man shall have the authority over his wife. That still goes along the same side of Genesis. That's how it was set up. That's how it is. Because women are the weaker vessel, right? We are the ones that really stand firm on the mountain and so forth, for our families and things like that. And that's why God says to be wise when we choose a wife, because if we choose the wrong one, we can end up like Ahaz and Jezebel, or Samson and Delilah, or Solomon and all those thousands of women that he was with. We don't want to have that fate. We saw how that ended.
What I find interesting is, like, on TikTok, I often hear people talk about marriage, right? But it's usually people who are not married or like never been married. I'm not talking about divorcees, because I like hearing what divorced people say. But it's people who are not married, and it's also people who've never proposed or don't even want to be married. And I think that's what makes dating confusing too. It's like there's so many people out here who believe marriage is a piece of paper. It's better to just have a baby and live with a man before marriage. And everybody is promoting it. It's not just women, it's men too. Like, everybody is promoting it, especially within the younger department. People who are in their 20s and 30s. You hear people say, oh, I'm too young, or I'm not ready to be committed and stuff like that. And all those sayings are insane to me, because what I really hear is that I just want to fuck around. I'm not ready to be serious. I'm not a committed person. I shouldn't be deemed as reliable because I'm immature. But if I say these things to people, they look at me like I'm crazy, right? So what do you guys think about that? Do you think that people actually want to be married, or do you think people just want to fuck around with no strings attached?
So
They all want bullshit.
Some people do want to be married. Absolutely. And some people, like you stated earlier, have a lot of these projected fears of what the future is going to be, and they themselves don't know what the future is going to be. And then you have those who, they just want to have their cake and eat it too, just because I don't use the language. I get where you're going with it, but you got some that do that, and right? But then you have some that they'll go through this, and next thing you know, they're like, dang, all that quote unquote fun, which is, I don't think is really that fun at all, but all that quote unquote fun, and now here I am. It's just me now, right? Those type of things. It's like, it's not it, and then they come back into it and say, hey, I take it seriously. I've seen that. So that's why I was saying, Miss Restart, those who are equally yoked, if they're marriage minded, and you hear that, and you know that, and you see the actions, because you got to see the actions, not a lot of verbiage, but when you see those actions come into place, then recognize that and reciprocate. Reciprocity is a fantastic way to be. And honestly, on Miss Restart, even if it's not reciprocated right off, you go into it knowing what you're looking to get out of it. If it's intentional, be intentional.
What does it look like to be intentional, right? Because, like, you can say, oh, I want to be married one day, right? but you don't necessarily. How do you ask these questions up front and just cancel people? Do you give people the chance to develop and stuff? Because I feel like that's where I'm at too right now, is where I'm like, I lead with that, like, hey, I want to be married. Do you want to be married one day? But I also feel like, I don't know, I feel like people aren't being authentically themselves, especially when they want someone. They're just gonna lie.
Hell nah, I wouldn't do that. I'm gonna tell you.
That's what
And
they do, though.
I
They be
don't believe
lying.
I don't believe I'm no different than any other man. But I know when I was out there being single and I was out there thotting around them streets, a woman tell me what she want from the beginning. She tell me all her desires and wants, what type of man she want. I temporarily became that until I got what I wanted, then I disappear. Not happy about it, but that's the worst thing you could do is put your resume on the floor and then just give the person a blueprint to deceive you. I wouldn't do that at all.
Okay, so you feel like we should just both be in the dark? Like, why is there this many games?
Well, here's the thing.
Why
All right, look, I need to say something real quick because I keep hearing all these questions. I'm going to ask you 3 questions. Are you married?
I'm not married.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay. What's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in child development, certifications in doula and lactation, and human behavior. Hoping to be a doctor one
So
day.
the reason why I asked you that. Okay. Well, that's a good thing. Doctors are needed in this world.
So let me just state this.
But the reason why
when
the
I was
question
married-
is, hold on, Victor.
You got it, bro.
Let me, because this is kind of. The reason I ask these questions is to get a mindset understanding. It's not age that has a factor. Hold on a second. There we go. All right, it's not an age factor.
I'm so sorry, brother. I can't hear you.
Break it up, easy.
Hold on.
So while he's just getting to it, I'm gonna cut to it and then when I was married, before we got married, and my daughter, so our daughter was playing, right? And before I got married, right off the bat, a little bit different from Sean because we met while I was in Charlotte, North Carolina. Right off the bat, I was like, look, I haven't. My intent is family growth, things like that. I really don't want to waste my time or anything like that. She concurred. Okay. Several things. Right. So then after that, what about family aspect? We have conversations about the family. What would that look like? How does that look? Those type of things. Now, where we messed up at outside of marriage, she came to live with me, shacking up. I was out of line. 2, with that, Lord, I was also out of line with fornicating before the marriage, right? So now we're in the place of being set up for failure. That is something that shouldn't have happened. Those 2 things as well. Another thing is she was not a believer, and I am. So that's 3. So I take that L, right? Because I knew it and I shouldn't have. So that's kind of what I'm going with it. We did get married. In marriage, my daughter's a honeymoon baby, while we were out, out the country and stuff like that. So what I'm saying is that we put the cards out there on the table, but again, equally yoked, roots. That's the root of this. That's the root of it. Now, my brother succeeded where I failed, and our marriage failed. My brother, 27 years. My other one, 27 years. Both of them September. Eddie is September 19th, and then Richard's February 23rd. So it's like 27 years together. Now, they're the opposite. They made it. And they made it through some tumultuous times, Miss Restart. But doggone, you can't break them up. The enemy tried. He gave them his best shot. And they trusted in God and they leaned on him. That's how they made it. They didn't make it on their own will, Miss Restart. Because if that were the case, both my brothers would have made it past 5 years. They wouldn't have probably even made it to 5, because I know exactly what took place, what almost separated them. So that's what I'm trying to say. They made it though. And you can have the same result.
Okay, now I got a better signal. I want to finish saying this. The reason why I asked you these questions was simple. Your mindset. Your mindset's not that of a wife. Your mindset is that of someone that wants to already have something prepackaged. No foundation built on your part. You want them to already have a foundation and you just move on to it. You gotta be able to build a foundation. First off, no hymen, no diamond. That's rule one when it came to how I was raised. Second off is, if I ain't meet your family, you ain't met my family, that's not gonna work out. Third off is, I was taught a man doesn't move in with a woman moves in with a man. All those things are pre-established in the pecking order, since they're using biblical. The way I'm saying it is this. If you had the mindset of a wife, you would already be married. There wouldn't be no fear involved. You wouldn't be worried about no backup plan. You wouldn't have none of that. You'd be like, the first dude you ever slept with would be the dude you're with for the rest of your life. Good times and bad. Because you grow together, not grow apart. That's how a marriage works. That's how relationships work. Most people ain't ready for that. But that's the culture nowadays.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to find a woman who is a virgin these days. I hate to say it. I would like to jump into the second portion. I'm the kind of guy who I like to talk about where I messed up, because I will want other people to learn from my mistakes. For my children as well. I do have this defeatist mindset, so hopefully, it doesn't rub off on people. But I mean, I'm just being honest. I would rather demonstrate love, and rather than to not know what love is like. I'm the guy who will want to speak on things that would help benefit somebody else, not just for myself. So for my kids, I've made a lot of mistakes, and I could go down the list. I would.
Okay, phone call in the middle. All right. Did you guys get through the questions that's up here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, are you back?
Can you hear me? Yeah. So I was in a relationship that was 15, 16 years. I didn't marry her because I didn't see her demonstrate love. I'm the kind of guy, like I say, I would like to talk about my mistakes so that people can learn, especially for my kids. My kids, they witness it firsthand. So I would rather talk about the things that I did wrong, because I can't talk about what marriage is like. I don't know what that life is like. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm the guy who will want to see other people succeed in their relationship and know what love was like, instead of not to, have love at all. So what I've done was I didn't marry her because, like I say, she just did not cooperate. She was unintentional. There's a few things. There's quite a few things that I just did not want to pay attention to because I was focused on loving her unconditionally, right? So what what I am today is what I don't want my son to be like. So I will have to teach my sons how to navigate this new world that we're getting into, where it's mostly just a matriarchy, less of a patriarchy. Is it a possibility that we're going to get into a egalitarian community? I don't know. But from what I've witnessed, it's mostly a matriarchal society. And we're we're driving straight down the line for that, the way it's looking. Where women are having kids and not getting married. They're blaming men for their pregnancies when they are truly the gatekeepers. Blaming men for not being leaders, even though as a leader you come up with plans, but you have to be able to cooperate if that man is a good leader and he's a good provider. My background when it comes to being a leader and a provider, checkmate, I'm good. But women today seems to be combative. I don't know what's going on. I understand that y'all are afraid of the patriarchy, but we need to cooperate and become a union. I would like to see unions. I think seeing unions in marriage is beautiful. It's an honorable state, right? So I just don't want to see my kids go through what I went through, especially my daughter. I think that as a man, we should teach our kids how to be in a marriage, even if they wasn't in a marriage. So this is how you're supposed to move. This is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to demonstrate. You're supposed to protect. You're supposed to go on this side. She goes on that side. Got to come up with something, because I don't know what to say to these women who are just being aggressive with their men. I don't know what to say to women.
Can I ask you a question?
I don't know.
Why do you feel the need, or why, as a father, right? And I have 5 daughters. Why would you feel the need to like prepare them to be a wife? Don't you think that's kind of like they still trying to get to know themselves and wonder like their personality, who they are, what they like and dislike, and to prepare them to be a wife with something they may not want for themselves? I would think that's kind of forceful or a little backwards. And then on the other end, and I would ask you, as far as
young, they're still kids. When they get to a certain particular age, let's say like 19, is when I'm going to start asking, hey, have you found a husband yet? Did you get into your dream career? What's going on? Who's looking after you?
Okay, let me ask you this. I don't want to get too personal. I'm just going off the story you told me, right? If your daughter were to ask you, Dad, why were you with a woman for 15 years and didn't marry her? Did you have any insecurities? Why didn't you leave? What made you stay around that long? So do you think you set a good example for your kids? Because what if they say a man they've been with for 10 years and he haven't married them yet? What would be your advice to your kids when you actually done the opposite? What would you do?
That's their relationship. That's not on me. But I
Okay,
know.
so hold on. I like that you said that. So when you say you're gonna prepare them to be a wife, that's their life. It's not yours. And I will also say, when you say that you don't know, you can't speak on what it's like to be like married. I don't believe in that, right? Even though I'm married, I don't believe in that way of thinking, right? I think everything is all about labels. Nothing changed for me and my wife when we got married. I loved her the same. I still was willing to give my life for her. I still wanted to protect her, do all that providing, whatever. Nothing changed. It was just by paper I could leave something for her behind, like life insurance. So to me, when I think about the like the marriage thing and people say they can't talk on it, the best way I look at it is, what is the difference from a bully and a comedian? Nothing. It's just a label. A label give you permission to bully people. A regular person who don't have that label as a comedian, you would be considered a bully, but a comedian has a label and it's not considered bullying, it's considered joking. Same way with marriage. Relationship and marriage, to me, as far as how we look at it in a worldly view, nothing changed. I don't see how people say they went from you feeling one way before you get married, and then when you get married, all of a sudden you feel like this brand new feeling. Like, nah, the shit's
You
the
know
same.
what? I'm gonna have to cut you off because I've lived in a two-parent household. There's a lot of people that did not live in a two-parent household, so I can describe what my father did, and I can describe what his wife did. So I can speak on it just a little bit, but I didn't live the lifestyle. Do you understand?
Yeah, my goal is, my point is, when you say a lifestyle, for me personally, I don't know nobody else's marriage, it's not a lifestyle for me. Working out is a lifestyle. Me going to the gym is a lifestyle. Me trying to eat healthy is a lifestyle. Me being a husband and me being married is not a lifestyle for me. So I don't know how you see it as a lifestyle. Like, to me, it's just me living life. Like, it's me, like you being a dad, is that a lifestyle? That's not no lifestyle. That's just something that you decided that, hey.
I'll wait.
What he waited? What you waiting for? Jacob, was you responding to Sean?
So I was trying to wait until he got back, but yes, sir. It is.
Okay.
It is a commitment. It is a. It's a vow. I get that. It is a lifestyle. Some people are inverse to it. Some people don't have the godly lifestyle. So when you're living in a happily matrimony, it is a lifestyle. So you're just trying to be a contrarian to everything I fucking say. Yeah, I love fighting though.
So I think he's off now, Alter. Okay.
What'd you say, here?
I think Sean may have lost signal, but he's out now. So you can go ahead the way you know what you were about to do.
Wait, I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
Wait, because you were about to say, I guess, next question or something along those lines, Alter. I'm not
I
sure.
was also gonna say tap the screen so you get 20K.
Okay.
Guys, tap it. Thank you. See, he had an idea. But yes, I do need y'all to tap the screen to get 20K. I do see y'all has been tapping though since Kev was away. He left us and everything. So make sure y'all tap the screen, please, and thank you. And definitely push down on his face so y'all can click it and listen to some people so they can engage with us as well and help us with these taps. Okay, thank you so much. But yes, I didn't really hear anybody answer because like all around. I do want to ask Restart. Did you ever get to the first? Just what? Restart. You still with us?
I didn't. What does the statement "men need to step up" mean? Is that something men can do only? I think when I hear people say "step up," I think that they're just expecting more effort and consistency and reliability for men. I like to speak on my age group and my reality, right? And I don't really like, to speak about other people's realities because it's not my everyday living, so I might be off a bit. But when I was going to college and stuff, there just wasn't a lot of men, Black men in particular, and that's who I would like to date. That's who I would like to be with, and, they say, well, Black men, they do more trades. But in my area, it's just like they weren't really doing anything. Some of them were trying to run the street and stuff like that. And so, now, it's just hard to, find men who aren't trying to be, the scammers and the rappers and the basketball players and stuff like that. Like, there's other good men and stuff like that, but it just seems like the serious ones, they're already married. They already have children and stuff like that. And so what has that prompted me to do? That's prompted me to move. Because if my environment only has, bad options, I'm not about to be living off of scarcity. So that's my advice. But, everybody might not have the luxury to just move.
All right.
Okay, Jacob, did you answer that one too? Thank you, Restart.
Yeah, I did. I answered that. It's an expectation.
Okay. And he is. Did you get to answer that one? So can we get in order?
I can't read it, so
So
it's too small.
step up.
Wait, hold on. He is. Did you what?
Yeah.
I didn't.
So it's just I think it's just about the expectation, what a man should do in a relationship, those type of things. Relationship that leads to matrimony, hopefully. But yeah, that's what I think it is. Also,
Thanks. And I don't know if y'all saw the video, but definitely we were saying how the people were how the women, they said they had backup plans, and sometimes people want you to step up to be like that backup plan so they don't have to go to the backup plan. So just saying, I don't know. But
Alta must be Alta must used to be a cheater back in your day or something, because you got a lot of information.
He just showed the video. I went off the video.
He stuck his chest out when he said it. He said, "You can't mute me in this room, son." He said it with too much strength. Yeah, you must have been a.
And I dare you to mute me now. I like this side. I like that. You right. I can't really do too much in here. And I was like, I ain't do it the first time either. Yes, guys. I've talked to a lot of people. I've had a lot of life. I live life. I just know a lot of things. So I listen too. I listen very keenly. My brain has always been wired. Fast forward to since I was a kid. I used to write notes to my parents when they were little. When I was little, I was like 7 or 8 years old, and I used to write. And when I used to hear my parents argue a little bit, I would write on a paper and I would paste it on the wall and tell them who I thought was right, who I thought was wrong, and why. And they would literally read it and listen to it. So I've always been able to decipher different, listen to people. So it's always been a thing. It doesn't mean like I'm a perfect person because of that. It's just something I've been able to do, and I listen. So yeah. So yeah, guys, I just have a lot of opinions and comments on a lot of things. So most definitely. No, it's not a baby voice. It's my baby. But yes. Imperial didn't get to answer. So Imperial, I want you to answer. And Sean, did you answer the first one? The what statement?
I can't remember.
Not your mind. You were supposed. We need to make you pray.
Yeah, I can't remember.
He's like,
I'm
okay.
gonna need you
Well,
to
since you
read it
can't
out
remember,
because
that
that's
means you
too
didn't
small.
answer. Okay. What does needing glasses mean? Now, what does the statement "men need to step up" mean? Is it something men can do only?
Step up and be a fool.
Alright, so I'm gonna say it like this. There's a video flowing around social media right now that shows what happens when men step up and the way that modern women are asking.
Turn left on
We get played because a woman's teaching her sons to be a gentleman and she's teaching her daughters to finesse. That's literally what the statement's asking if you're looking at it through modern terminology. You ain't finessing me. You either come to the table with what you're supposed to or you ain't coming at all. Because my table only seats one outside of me and God. And if you ain't sitting at the table properly, you gotta go.
She's just. I don't know if you answered it. We're gonna let you answer it again too, since we up in here, and then Wolf. We're gonna get to Wolf.
Is that to the question? What is the statement?
Yeah.
Men need to step up.
Yes.
Man, I don't even know. That shit sound dumb to me. I don't even know what the hell that even means. Like, men need to step up. I mean, I'm only stepping up for my wife, my kids, and my family. Anything outside of that, can't nobody tell me to step up and do shit. So I don't really know what the hell that even mean. Men need to step up. Step up and do what?
Step up and shit. That's too funny. So yes, you guys welcome. That was a good answer. That was funny. Step up and do what? That's hilarious. Okay. She's just.
What I got from it was simply I always hear step up and be a father. Step up and, do more. Step up and be the man that I fell in love with. Stop sitting up here and doing the bare minimum. Step up and, show who you are. Stop sitting up here being misleading. Step up and it could be so much shit that I hear women say on my panel. They be like, yeah, these men need to step up and hold other men accountable. It'd be like step up
How
and
can you hold people accountable?
that's what I'm trying to figure out. But they'll say like step up and just do better. Show it for your kids, show it for your wife, because she could be a single mom in a marriage or a relationship. It's like that's what I hear when I hear step up.
Look, she's just be listening to the women because look, she had it all. That's exactly what they be saying. Wolf, step up to the panel. No, saying. Wolf, what's your answer to what does this statement mean? Men need to step up. What does that mean to you?
Apparently, there all your life, you going up.
Don't
What
trick
man?
us like that. Is that a man? Hold on, is that
So
a
when a
woman?
man
Oh, it's
when
a
a man
man.
need to step up, that means basically they need to step up and raise these women and give them morals because they don't have.
Nigga, you ain't
They,
gotta raise me.
that's what I think it probably stems from because you got a lot of women out here that don't know what a man is and they think they can tell what a man is.
Hey, you right about that.
Yep, that's facts. That's facts. So we're gonna start. We'll go to the second. We're just gonna go to open panel about this. I do want to say, men, if you do hear a woman say men need to step up, you just might as well run. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Don't be like, what you mean by me? Because now you asking questions you don't need to. Just let it go. She ain't it. Because that's wow. I think, like I was trying to say, like, men step up to what? I think that's the thing. Women want men to answer for men. Just like, I guess, now men are starting to say, yeah, y'all need to answer for each other, but we know we can't always do that as women. We don't. We call each other. We don't tell each other what we really need to say and things like that. So men have to step in and say, hey, sis is telling you the wrong thing, friend. That's not how you're going to find no man. That's not how you're going to work on yourself. And you don't have no mirrors around either, because you're not looking for you. You're looking at everything else that you're looking at what everybody else has done versus what you have contributed to why you don't have what you need and want. So when you hear that, definitely, I think y'all should run from that. But it is open panel to this question.
Oh,
I hear a lot of older men talk about, the dirt they did back in the day, right? The dirt that you did back in the day, guess what? There's nothing new under the sun. So there's young men who are doing dirt, and misleading women and stuff like that. And I mean, I can say the same for women as well, right? But I feel like when I hear men need to step up, it's specific. Like, what exactly does he need to step up on? Does he need to be more responsible? Does he have children that he fathered but is not a father to? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I think of. I think of, the men who aren't on their shit. Maybe they're not on their purpose yet. Maybe, I don't think there's nothing wrong with staying at home, especially in today's times. You can stay at home. But, like, are you saving when you're staying at home? Are you getting an education? Are you getting a trade and stuff? Because there's still people, in my age group who don't have a high school diploma, and they're not trying to get one. And, they still trying to think that they're going to make it playing 2K.
I want to give out some red flags that the fellas need to be in high alert about, right? We're gonna talk about.
Oh man, he trying to get booed out the sun or something. Say no, go ahead.
We're gonna talk about. I think it's a red flag when I hear someone say they don't go 50-50. And I'm gonna tell you why. Okay. Here's how I look at it. It's my birthday, and you just surprise me with a birthday present. Damn, there's some water good over there, ain't it?
Oh, my bad. Oops.
Hold on. It's like it's somebody's birthday, right? And somebody just surprised you with a birthday gift compared to someone say, hey, on my birthday, get me this. Like, it's a different feeling that come with that. So if a man wants to provide 100%, give that man, like, let that man decide that on his own. And anytime I hear about the 50-50, this is why it's a red flag to me personally. And this is why I believe it's the internalized misogyny that people be talking about. When you turn 18 years old, you are now considered an adult in the United States of America. So when you before you meet a man, you are paying 100% of your own bills. And then when you meet a man and he want to take 50% of that, and you say no, that's not enough. To me, that showed me that you are a very selfish individual, and you are only going to look at me for what I can provide. And if I can't provide that, then to you, I have no value as a man. I'm not a man, and I'm less than. And a lot of times people talk about step up. You can't talk about step up when I step down to get you.
Hope.
Bars.
Nah, don't do that.
I forgot what live he was saying. I'm about to boom, but I'm not a divester, man.
Everybody breathe.
I see why he get kicked out.
Everybody breathe.
Bars.
I see why
The
he
more
thought I
he
muted
keep
him.
talking, I see now. It makes sense.
I see why he thought I muted him.
You see why you
I see why he thought I know you muted him.
Oh, man.
Wait, what did he say?
Dang, that hurt right there. That hurt my feelings. I was even.
Nah, I like you. I ain't gonna mute that talk. You said.
Hey, that was
God.
gold, right? You already
Wait, can that be a
know.
whole nother live, Kev? They be a whole nother live. How you gonna tell me to step up when I step down for you? God,
Ooh,
that burn.
that hurt my stomach.
That
It just
burn.
cringed a little bit, man. That was. Okay.
Now that's not even shots fired. That's just
Woo,
facts.
boy.
One of the main reasons.
Right, breathing hard on it. Boy.
A lot of people, like some women, and I'm not saying Miss Restart, but some women feel that because I have womanly parts, that's enough, right? So
I
when
should have clipped that to get
hear
him in
those
trouble
things,
too.
yeah. I have these woman parts and
Kev,
these
you
woman
sound like
parts,
an op.
and that's enough. And that's not.
Why you mention me?
I didn't say no. I said Miss Restart. I said not including you. This doesn't include you. No, not at all. I was just saying there's some women saying, "Hey, I got these woman parts, and that's more than enough. I'm giving you that." I'm like, what? You know what? Right? That doesn't hold water. What I am saying is that, of course, the body is sacred. Everybody shouldn't be experiencing you. But what I am saying is that a woman who knows what it means, and I see where Sean is going with that. A woman who knows what it means to stand with a man, even if the financial times may be a strain for a little minute, but he bounces back. I've seen that. I've seen those gentlemen bounce back. But guess what? While they were in the midst of their tough time, she didn't run. She picked up a job and all that stuff and was working it out. Next thing you know, here it comes. He bounces back. He shoots back up there, and she, they kind of go back into the way that they were. But yeah, I see where Sean is going with that. He's right.
Now, I'm going to
Yeah,
say
he got to
like
stay away from
this.
this side. He really about to have something. There ain't no side stuff without talking to.
Now, Kev, I'm going to say it like this because the fact that he said it the way he said it is the point. Even that a man on his knees has nothing,
scared.
is still stepping down to help and pick up. Man can literally have nothing and he still has to step down. Women go unilaterally or up. We'll pick up a chick from McDonald's and we drive in a Mercedes. So it's not the same. I will say it like this though.
Well, what about this video? I got another one too. That since y'all just spoke on that, and it's kind of tying into might as well keep them on fire then.
Right.
Since he don't come with the mic drop like that, so here goes something right here. Hold up.
Yeah, trying to fan the flames.
I found this was pretty.
Okay. Let me finish before you start that because I'm gonna make a.
You know my time limited, man. Go ahead.
I know I'm gonna make this point real simple. At the end of the day, if y'all ladies are so inclined to think that everything you got going on is more important, then go get a puppy, go get a cat, and live, breathe, and die alone.
Ouch. It hurts.
Y'all so mean.
What happened?
Hey, Imperial, man.
Hey, reality is harsh for men. We ain't got no options other than to keep going up. Even
He
if
trying to
we
take
fall.
shine.
It's not
I
how
can't
many
even say the
times
name
you fall,
together.
it's how many times you get back up.
Shine. He said, I can't let him live. I gotta win too. So let me stop. All right, this video, I feel like this kind of, I'm not saying that it is, but it was just what this woman said. I'm not saying. So the video is about his man the prize, but I'm not saying that, but listen to the video. It's interesting though. The women, they had the meanest heads in the back. What? Hold up.
I feel like the man is really the prize. I don't know why.
Hey, girl, now.
I'm starting to feel like men are really the prize because literally, as a woman, we have to wait on the man for everything. We have to wait on the man. We have to wait on the man. We can date whoever we want, but we can't marry who we want.
One of them says,
stepping into the marriage, you have to wait for the man to ask you to marry him. You have to wait for the man to ask you to be his girlfriend. You have to wait for the man to ask you out on a date. All these kind of things we're waiting on a man to do, like literally.
How about you have multiple? So you're not waiting on nobody.
Because most women here, they're dating a lot of guys. They have that one guy that they want who don't want them. They're dating all these other guys on the side because they're trying to distract themselves. But realistically speaking, they want that one guy who was taking forever to claim them.
That's not how it is.
Yes, I've always felt women were the prize.
you should know that you are the prize.
I've always felt that way. Don't get it twisted. When you think about it, I'm just trying to be more realistic, be more open-minded in my thinking. That's the reason why I'm saying that. If you're going to ask the man to marry you, by all means do so. But I'm just saying, like, as far as like waiting for a man to like ask us to be like exclusive. That's what I'm talking about. I'm starting to feel like the man is really the prize. I don't know why.
Hey, girl, now.
As soon as she said that, they told her.
That's
I
because
had to
they
keep.
all, Kev, you know why they tore that up? Because
Oops.
they all ran through
A
the men
man
that
can
don't,
never.
the man that wants them, or that they want, don't want them, and they ain't never gonna get them. Never gonna get them. Never gonna get them.
That dude be looking. You be looking for that drama. You just gotta say. I don't know when he don't say nothing harsh.
The only reason I don't think nobody the damn prize, right?
I feel you on that.
And even if you go with that logic, I believe her logic. I could still prove that her logic in a different perspective, right? When she said that the men are the prize, based upon they have to wait for, like, the women have to wait for everything, right? So I could use that same analogy, and I ask you guys, which one is more important? Which one is the prize? CEOs have $1 billion company. That company don't mean nothing. They need employees to come and apply for their job, right? So the billionaire is still waiting for employees for people to apply, right? They still waiting on people to apply. Once they hire me, am I the prize or they the prize?
Right, I feel you on that.
All right, so Sean, I'm gonna say it like this: if that's your mindset, then the business is the prize, not the CEO, the owner, or the employee. The business.
Okay, that's cool, but the business is attached to a person.
Right.
So
I get what you mean, though. That's why I say both people. I always say both people the prize if you get what you want.
Yes, and then to even if one person think they are the prize and the other person is not, I think that way of thinking, you can't be talking about no patriarchy shit and being submissive and talking about submissive means submit to a high authority, and then in the same sentence you saying you the prize, saying that you better than a man in a sense. That shit is ass backwards. So you can't be the prize and you don't want to pay no bills? No, man, hell no.
I got one better for you. This is gonna sound crazy as all hell. How you submit at your job to your boss, but you can't submit to the man in your house?
Yeah, we talked about that in Mirror Room earlier this week.
And I was there, and I'm using that as an example for a reason.
I ask you a question then, Imperial. Have you ever, if you were making bad decisions, right? Like, have you ever made, and I'll make it real quick if you could, have you ever as a man made a bad decision?
Yeah.
Okay.
Couple times, more than a couple times.
So, if someone seen you going down the wrong path in life, and let's say you were driving down the street and there was a wreck down the street, right? And they didn't tell you about it, and you just end up running into the wreck or the traffic, whatever the case may be, right? Would you be upset if that person allowed you to crash out? Would you be upset that they didn't come and tell you anything?
No.
Okay, so you would be okay with, as the man, as the leader, right? And you have the final say so, that you just said yourself that even as a leader, you can make bad decisions because you make bad decisions with your own life. So if you have a wife or a significant other, is she supposed to just let you crash out and crash the whole family out and for the sake that you are a man and you are the leader and you had a final say so? Or should she be like, you know what, that's my husband, that's my partner. Even though he disagreed, I'm gonna have to take the lead on this because he leading us down the wrong road. What's wrong with that?
That's called great counsel.
A helpmate.
No, look, that's called great counsel. You go and seek counsel from your partner.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Okay, I could tell right now that you gotta have the power in a relationship. Like, you struggling with that, man. Like,
anytime I'm in a relationship, I seek counsel from my partner. If there's something I'm seeing that I'm missing in a situation, I step back, I ask questions. I'll go and ask my woman, hey, what you see that I don't? Because you pay attention to some things that I'm not. Where am I making this mistake, and how can I recorrect?
Okay, so with your own logic, leaders don't ask for advice. So that means that you're not really a good leader then, right? Is that safe to say?
That's wrong, because leaders do ask questions. I run 3 different locations, sir. I'm a manager. And if I ain't asking questions when I see somebody doing something better than what I'm doing it, or they see a mistake that I didn't catch, and I don't ask, how did you see that?
That's not what I meant. What I meant is, if I'm the boss and I run this place, I don't need permission from no employees. I make these decisions on my own. I don't ask the employees about, do you think this is a good decision for the company? I make that decision on my own. So if you are the leader, why are you going to your wife for a decision that you should be able to make as a leader, if you're using your own logic?
Because you're looking at it from the standpoint you know everything. Leaders know how to fall back and watch, listen, and ask questions. There's no leader on earth throughout the history of mankind that hasn't stopped and asked a question or two to get input from what they would classify as their less than and superiority.
So let me say this then. I think to a certain extent, even with the, some of the women like, well, we're both leaders and all that stuff. I believe there's only one leader in the household, no matter how we want to look at it. It just don't work like that. Like I use that same analogy, like if two people got the hand on the wheel of an airplane, that eventually it's gonna crash because both sides. It just don't work like that. That's why you have a co-pilot. A co-pilot and the one that drive the plane. So when the other pilot gets sleepy or something like that, just like if a person leave the house, that's who take care of. That's who's the leader of the household from that point until the pilot returns. Usually like that. I don't think I think what I was getting to also about that was with that, I think it's even within a lot of say we go with the man, the leader, and that. I think even women want men to be leaders to a certain extent, but it's just like it's the way they want it to. Because like I'm putting it this way: imagine if it's a man that decided to let their woman lead, right? And he keep asking her questions and stuff. She gonna get turned off. Cause she was like, when the heck you gonna make some decisions for your own or something like that? Like a man, I don't think he gonna care that much if the woman keep coming to him, because he gonna feel even more man-ish. Probably, if that's a word, let's make that up. But he gonna feel even more like, counted on and realize he gotta make it happen. I think it just don't work the same way, the opposite way. I can't see a woman liking a man keep coming up, baby, you know what I want to do next, and when the next tip, and what are we gonna eat? Not that one. I ain't to go that way, but stuff like that. I think that they would get turned off to a certain extent if the shoe was reversed. You know what I'm saying? I think that I don't like calling it natural, but that I don't think they can handle that. I'm gonna put it that way.
Okay,
they get turned off.
Let me put you in a hot seat right quick, kid. Let me put you in a hot seat. Okay. I think the whole purpose. I think just asking to be not saying asking to be a leader. I think the leader conversation in itself is very telling for me, right? Have it ever been like when you got with, let's say, your past relationship, right? Have y'all ever had to sit down and talk about who's gonna take the trash out, who's gonna wash the dishes, who's gonna fold the clothes? It just naturally happens on its own, right?
Yeah.
If you want to do it, you're gonna do it, right?
Yep.
Okay, so when it comes, like, for me, I'm just gonna say for me in my marriage, I told you I don't like doing what society say how I should show up, and from what I'm hearing is men are conditioned to believe a certain way because they've been trained and conditioned that way. Women are trained and conditioned to think that this is how a man should show up, and men are conditioned to think this is how a woman should show up. No one is thinking of what they want from their relationship on their own. I'm saying for me and just for any other man that don't want to be held to the standards of what society put on you, get with someone that's going to allow you to be yourself, and you need to let her be herself and not put those expectations on the world on this person. When me and my wife sat down and we got married, we talk about that for better or for worse. We wrote down what the hell is our for better and what the hell is our worse. She know exactly what the hell my worst is before I end up in a divorce. I know exactly her worst before we end up in a divorce. At the end of the day, we never even had a talk about who's the leader, right? Even though I feel like I'm the man, I've never had to sit down and be like, okay, baby, I'm the leader. She never had to sit down and be like, you know what? Hey, baby, you the leader. Whenever something goes on in the household,
We come together. What do you think this? What do you think that? Sometimes I have the better idea and she go along with me. Sometimes my wife have the better idea, but sometimes I'm still indoctrinated a little bit that my ego get in the way. I'm like, nah, I'm the man. I got to make the final decision. Done that shit before and I messed up. I messed it up as a family. So sometimes she can be in that position to where she just make better decisions than me. Sometimes I make better decisions than her. I don't see the point of having to have that pigeonhole like at the just saying that one of us have to have the final say so. What is the purpose of that? When you don't need it. That's what I'm saying. When you don't need it.
You think that's what I was saying all the time?
No. I was talking. Well, I was really no. I was actually, I was kind of talking on the back of His Imperial, and then you adding on to it.
Okay, I think I was, because I was only going off like from what observation or whatever. But yeah, I believe like even me, it's gonna be more of like what you do with you and your wife. I'm the same way, so I'm not big on that pushing that you got to be leader. I don't even think you should even ask that. That's crazy. I don't even want to be a leader, low key. But I'm just gonna move how I'm gonna move. You know what I'm saying? Because I it is stuff I stand on. You know what I'm saying? But
do you think most men, like, okay, I'm gonna say you and most men, right? Do you believe that most men, and I think I said this before, and I'm gonna use it real quick. Well, now you already heard this several times already. Do you believe that society, like men, period, or women, do you believe that people have how they want someone to show up in their life? Is it their own ideas, or society have told them what they should be looking for in a man?
Society.
Society.
So my question was to Imperial is, what is it about that position, or you feeling the need to lead? What does that do for you as a man? Because a lot of, like, I don't know about a lot of other women, but I've never in my life, I've been with my wife for 6 years, and any other woman I've been with prior to her, I've never had the conversation when we sat down and had any conversations about who's the leader. We never even had those conversations at all. And I'm 39 years old, and I've never been mistreated wrong by a woman. I've never been cheated on by a woman. So I don't know what being a leader looks like, or why do I need to say I'm a leader when I feel like I make good decisions and sometimes I make bad decisions.
I think the only one that really do that is them alpha male head dudes, which I feel is the extremists. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna say it like this: I've never had to have the conversation that I'm a leader with any woman I've ever been with, at all, for any reason. I know that if I'm gonna make a stupid decision, it's a stupid decision. Short term, long term, whatever. But it's not smart for you to sit and say that you're a leader and not seek counsel of the people around you. That's just a fool.
My only question I would ask you is, it's how you word it that let me know that you want to be in that position and you feel the need. Because when you say seek counsel, and it's not your original ideal and it becomes your wife's ideal, that means that she took the lead according to your logic, but you don't want to say that. You want to say that you seek counsel. That's what I'm hearing. Just say you went with her ideal was the best, and you went with it. But instead of you doing that, you want to say that you seek counsel. Like we in goddamn the old times or something.
Well, okay, so I'm going to say it like this. The reason why I use those words and that terminology is because that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm not taking away from her being the one that had the better idea. I'm asking because the situation calls for that. It's natural for somebody that grew up the way that I grew up to always seek counsel. Whether you've got military, whether you've got people in organized crime, whatever it may be, the leader always asks for counsel from the people around him. So that way he has a better standing and grasp of the situation. But that's just me in general. I don't look for it to me saying, oh, I'm the leader, I'm an alpha male, I'm going to beat my chest. No, that's not what the fuck it's about. And for anybody that it is about that, they need to sit down and look themselves in the mirror and reevaluate what they got going on. Because there's something going on with them where they feel that they always have to push and be strong in that area, when you just got to be strong in areas that are good for you and for your people. That's it.
Okay,
There's no shame in asking for help.
I'm asking one more question, then I'm gonna go ahead and mute up. I like the dialogue. It ain't no trying to be, but I like the dialogue, right?
Right.
If you had the option of having physical strength, and I'm for the test your logic. If you had an option of having, which one you think is best in society? Physical strength or mental strength? Which one is best?
Mental.
Okay, so with that being said, how can we say women are the weaker vessel when you just said out of your own mouth that you'd rather have mental strength than physical?
They're not the weaker vessel when it comes to that. They're the weaker vessel when it comes to being able to push.
All right,
the
can I say something?
physicality.
We ain't gonna act like mentally there is a lot of problems with them, as in like emotional problems and stuff. So we not gonna act like that's not a thing. And we do have situations where relationships do end due to emotions. So we're not gonna be like.
Hold on, say the first part again. I didn't hear you about emotion. Say it again.
I said we're not gonna act like someone is more emotional unstable than the other. So that has to deal with the strength of that. If you're unstable emotionally, that doesn't make you stronger mentally.
Okay,
That
let
makes
me ask you this
stronger.
then. Okay, let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
If when you look at the race of unaliving, right? I hate using that word, but when you look at the race of unaliving, is it men unaliving each other at a higher rate than women? And if that's the case, do it show that we lack some type of emotional intelligence that we feel the need to unalive someone all because we feel a certain way?
No, because people can act out without emotion. So emotional intelligence doesn't mean that you're able to differentiate life and death. That doesn't mean that you're able to differentiate that emotional. Emotional intelligence doesn't mean that you're able to differentiate life and death. It has to do with logic.
So if, and I don't have a point to this. I just want to see if people standing on like they logic, right? So if you was in a room and it was like 50 people in a room, right? If you had to, I'm trying to see, I guess when I look at us as men and how we act amongst each other and how we look at women, how they act amongst each other, do women fight? Yes. Do men fight? But I'm talking about when it comes to the meat and the potato as far as the unaliving. Why are we out here unaliving each other for dumb stuff? To me, it shows that we don't have no control over our emotions. But women are not unaliving each other like we are. So to me, they must have more control over their emotions than we do, according to, if we just look at how we act in society, right?
Men are
Yeah, I
violent.
know he old for
Men
sure.
are-
He gonna say meat and potato. What the heck is that?
Men are violent by
That's
nature.
not-
though. Men are violent by nature.
Hold up, Wolf. I'm going to break this one down because I'm going to use an example of my actual life. Fellas, ladies, if you ain't never kicked the door in, had to fight off people, and you ain't never had pew-pews pointed at you, and you ain't never been in a life-threatening situation like that, you don't know what you're going to do. I've been in those situations.
Same here, brother.
So I'm going to say it like this. You don't know what
Sweet.
you're capable of until you have to do it. Because when I say I spent 2 years of my life here in Georgia on the streets, hunting people down for snatching up my fiance, that wasn't a joke. Kev has heard me say this numerous times. I went to bat against the actual cartel. I went to bat against the police to go find her because nobody was looking for her when I reported her missing. I went and got her out of the situation she was in because she was being trafficked. And guess what? I'm still breathing to tell the tale. She's still breathing and she's safe with her family now. So I need all that, the anecdotal stuff that I'm using to be heard and understood. My reaction is not based off of my emotions. My reaction is based off of necessity. What needs to be done, not what I want to be done.
Tell them. And I wanted to say this: the level of emotions are totally different because the stuff that men deal with could be way more intrusive than like when we're in. Give you an example: war times. When you if you're a POW, prisoner of war, in war times, who you think gonna crack first? You think the man
I'm
gonna
not.
the man gonna
I
crack
know
first?
some strong women.
You do, but who's gonna crack first? Due to physical abuse and etc. Who's gonna be easier to crack? Please
I
tell
think
me.
men.
I mean, you're
I
saying
think
this, but we're going off of obvious like logical information. Like we're going off factual information. We're not going off of experiences. We're not going off of what you know. We're going off of average studies.
Middle
And it
room with
shouldn't
this
even be hard
wild
to answer
general.
that question. It shouldn't be hard to answer that.
Hey, hold on. What was the question? I want to listen. What was the question?
We're speaking on emotional intelligence and the strength of emotions. If we're in a POW situation, prison of war situation, who cracking first?
What men?
You say what?
Men.
So it's been multiple stories where we got movies and stuff where it shows that there was a difference in there was a difference where they showed that happened and they were put in the same scenario. No, because that doesn't happen. It's not given a chance. It's not going to happen for a reason.
Are you saying that the women are in their prison and the men are in their prison?
Correct.
Okay, even with that, even in the men prison, is more violence in the men prison than it is in a woman prison. So
Correct.
That's not
Correct.
that's not
And what you
true.
wait. With that being said, so what you think the emotion is going to be less higher? The intensity of the emotion is going to be less higher if it's less violent. Since it's less violent, the emotion is going to be way higher. That don't make sense. That doesn't
Now I'm
make
gonna
sense at
ask a
all.
question. I'm gonna ask a question. Have any of y'all ever been locked up?
Good.
no.
I take the. I'm sorry.
Sean, you ever been locked up?
Nope. I'm trying to see what this got to do with being a man. If you got to attach your manhood to any kind of jail, you lost already.
No. Just answer the question. You ever been
Yeah,
locked up?
we ain't saying tested. You the one that said that you brought the
No, I
comparison
haven't.
up.
I've never been locked up, but I've been under
Okay.
pressure situations daily.
All right. So
I think
here's
we
the
were
logic
talking
behind the
about.
question. Hold on. I got you. Here's the logic behind my question. If you've never been put in a situation where you are isolated in a hostile environment, where it's either you're going to survive and live or you're going to unalive, how can you sit and say that that is based off of man or woman? That's based off of pure instinct to survive. Manhood comes with the challenge of being able to understand what you're going through and how to apply the pressure that's being put on you and make it work for you. Same thing goes for women. Because I'm going to tell you right now, Gwinnett County here in Georgia, the women are more violent in them jails than the men. The men only are violent
It's
when
that
they feel
competitive stuff again.
disrespected. Know what I'm saying? When a man feels disrespected, that's when he gets violent. When you
That's true.
disrespect a man in public, it creates a whole monster that you're not ready to deal with.
I disagree
It
with
is
both
not
of y'all.
the same.
I
Well,
disagree
I'm
with
just
both y'all.
telling you based off of true life experiences, Kev.
Yeah, we wouldn't know, man. I think just like you said, survival mode, that can be either humans. I don't think men is more able to crack or women is more. I think whoever, because I mean they got times where just like he said, men crack on different things or whatever, and I done seen women. That's why they select the jobs they got, because they'll do anything out of survival too. So I mean, everybody would do. A lot of people would do anything out of survival. So I think we just express it in different ways, either be violently or freaking getting manipulation type ways. I mean, it's so many different ways. It's a human thing. It's literally a human thing, though. So I don't even think that's a comparable type thing. It's just people that's just weaker and some people that's stronger. That's just what that is.
I think we were dipping into the consciousness and what is considered to be right and wrong, and how you move about when you're in a life-threatening situation. Some people focus on premeditated murder. So when you're in certain situations, you just move based off of, like you said, Kev, you're trying to survive. So yeah, that conversation went sideways. But yeah, let's get back to the prompt, I guess.
Yeah. It made me think about more, because that's why dudes be thinking like being thug and all that stuff is tough thing. That's weak. Like, people don't realize that the world changed some stuff around, though. Like, they about the most sensitive people on this earth right now is gangsters and thugs and all that. If you ever noticed that, they get about to pop your life for just wearing the wrong color, or pop your life, but just that's the most sensitive stuff I've seen in my life. So and they switched it around. So I mean, both ends I've been seeing some crazy stuff. Huh?
Exactly what you just said. That is the problem that I had with what they were saying, right? And that's why I didn't want to And this, when you grow up in the hood or stuff like that, this is what you always hear. Whenever someone try to question your manhood, when I'm talking about in the hood, in our community, they always try to say, "Oh, you ain't got no stripes. Oh, you ain't never been to jail. You ain't been to prison." Once you attach manhood to prison, to me, I know that you already lost already. That you are once you your hardness as a man or your toughness as a man is not related to a prison or jail. It's no connection at all. To me, I think if you go to jail and you go to prison, you're not the smartest. You are the dumbest because you got caught. So I don't look at someone like that.
That is why I was thinking about the same.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't look at it that way. You got caught. So you weren't smart enough to beat the system, and then you want to say your manhood is dedicated or predicated on you going to jail. You in jail, you have no freedom, and you got caught, and you question my manhood. That shit is backwards.
I just find it funny that
I swore he was. I'm like, he on a whole nother level of arrogance. He gonna give his own self some noise.
if we were to,
And as I preach,
if we would have had 2 test subjects,
I swear we can't let nothing slide, bro.
in jail, and they would have switched spots, who would break first? Sean.
If you say I would crack first, this is what I want you to do.
I'm asking you, who would break first? I'm not saying if you would crack. I'm asking.
Out of who?
If there were a man and a woman swapped in different prisons, one went to a male prison, one went to a female prison, who would crack first?
Both. Oh, why you making this in the competition? I don't get it.
It won't be both. It's not
Hey,
even
wait,
about
hold on,
competition.
hold on, brother. After all I just said about prison, why can you give me anything else outside of a prison comparison? Anything?
Well, prison is the most highest level of stress you're gonna deal with, other than simple life problems.
So you must never lived in you mustn't have no upbringing where you was disappointed that your lights gonna be turned off. You don't have water. So I've been in several oppressive situations outside of jail.
I've never been there. I've never been to jail. I'm just giving scenarios, sir.
So that's what I'm saying. Why are you using jail scenarios and you never been there?
Because jail is the highest form of in captivity, where you're not able to express or have coping mechanisms to help you deal with stress.
But I'm saying you and I don't even.
There. You can't.
I'm saying
run.
you and I can't even talk about that because we can't relate. I can't tell you who's gonna crack first because I
can relate if you got family. If you got family members, you got experiences. You got brothers that are affected, then you will know.
Okay, that's like somebody smoking and somebody getting secondhand smoke. It's two different things. My brother been in prison.
I just said you have their experiences. That's just like you saying that they didn't go to the moon, so you don't know what the moon look like. No, they have experiences of the moon. They have footage. They have information that you can look up and see. We're not going to discredit that we can't find experiences of other people's experience and not take it.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference. Someone landing on the moon and them coming back and telling me about the landing on the moon is two different experiences. The person who experienced landing on the moon is going to feel a whole different type of level of high. Me hearing about it is not going to make me feel like I landed on the moon. Those are two different
Have
things,
that
man.
experience to say, okay, I can actually talk about you about this conversation. It doesn't put you out of the conversation just because you haven't experienced it. I mean, that's just like saying if somebody is a player and they got advice on women and they know how to talk and they know how to do this and they
Yeah, I'm about
actually
to say I
work.
get both of y'all though, because I always say that all the time too. You don't have to personally experience everything, because I don't have to know that not to smoke cigarettes that I can catch lung. You know what I don't want to say the other word though. But to a certain extent, I'll get both of y'all though. I
He
get
got
both.
you lost, Kev. Hold on, Kev. He got you lost, brother. Let me tell you what he
No,
just
because
did.
it's a fact.
No. Because I just told that to Jacob earlier, but I'm gonna give you the how it actually happens. I was telling Jake that earlier that what is the difference from when he said he can't speak on marriage because he's never been married. That's a thing that you do, right? I said you can because there's no different from a bully and then a comedian. It's only a label. Now, because that's a thing you do, right? But landing on the moon, that's a feeling you get to experience. Him being in a relationship as a girlfriend and boyfriend, and him being married, nothing changes. You still have the interaction with that other person. You landing on the moon and somebody telling me about the moon is two different experiences. I can't tell you what the gravity is like. I can't tell you what it's like to wear a astronaut suit.
This
I
is
can't
what
tell
I
you what it's
said.
like to be in a ship. I don't
They
know
have it
those things.
documented, bro. They have video footage of the films and stuff happening. So this is why people are able to discuss and debate on topics about the moon, because they have documented footage of this experience. That's just like somebody who never had a documented experience, as in who haven't seen the video. They can't say nothing about it. But the people who seen the video and was there, they're gonna have different experiences, but they are gonna be able to talk about the experiences because they both witnessed part of the experience. It's a difference from somebody who didn't witness the experience at all.
I'm
So
sorry.
they are able to still talk about the topic. They are able to still have similar agreements about certain things that they seen within the video or reactions that occur.
I'm not okay. I'm gonna mute up after this. I'm not saying that you can't talk about it. What I'm saying is there's a different. You haven't experienced.
I get what
What
you
I mean
mean.
by experience it is like it's just like me watching my daughters being born, and then I'm telling you about my daughters being born. You're not gonna feel what I felt in that moment. You're not. It's impossible.
Hey, I can get even deeper with that though, but I get exactly what he's talking about. He's talking about the feeling and the actual like even the memory jog of what happened and stuff. And I can feel with that because it is different. But I will get deeper with that though. With this, I even say like with this, right? Because I be seeing here like I be talking about married people or kids, right? Some people be acting like that the same advice because they experienced it, that it can work. Oh, I have kids, so I can tell other people like kids. I'm like, that's still not true. You know what I'm saying? Because even with one kid, right? That can happen in the same household, right? You can have two different kids, but they're gonna have two different experiences, and you're gonna have two different experiences because there's no way them kids is gonna be robots. And then also you can't. I feel like it's a key thing, just like because them the two main things I've been through years getting into with people with. You don't have no kids, you never been married, you can't talk about that. I don't know who you can't talk about it. I know basics. But because I feel like a lot of people should know basics before even getting into the situation, but people wait to have to experience these things and then be like, okay, now I can teach you about it. No, it's the difference between wisdom and the difference between what they call it, just being smart, or I forgot the other word, but whatever. But yeah, I would say this, like, just because you experience it, that don't mean somebody's going to experience the exact same way as you, even if y'all both have kids or y'all both have a marriage. Because people be like, well, I can listen to them because they talk about they've been married before, but your marriage operates different from theirs. So your advice is not as legit. And a person that's not married, they can give better advice than the person that is married. I mean, but it just differs. But I realize that, certain things, some people will try to, they just look to invalidate you, because you can I can get some good pointers or advice from a person that lasts in a marriage for 50 some years, right? And what makes the advice any different if it came out their mouth versus mine? You know what I'm saying? So that just be just so funny to me when I be hearing people say like that. But people do anything, like I said, to invalidate people's I guess what they call it, advice or whatever, advice or point of view nowadays, especially if it burn them. Well, have you? Let me make sure. That's why I lied. What was that yesterday? So I was like, "Are you?" What they say? Are you married? I was like, you know what? This is the only way I can get you to listen to me. Yeah, I am. So what's gonna make a difference? You don't like what I'm saying? Just say that. You just don't like what I'm saying. But yeah, I think both of y'all was on. I get both. I would say, like I said, I don't know. I wouldn't agree that a certain gender will crack. I think just weak people. I seen some weak men that crack and get manipulated by some situation. I mean, I done seen some stuff, so ain't no
I'm gonna
gender.
go in that conversation in a second.
You're married to the gang. Guilty is too funny, bro. Married to the see, I ain't lies. Ain't He said, "Now that you believe me, I mean, not believe me. Now that you listen to me, I ain't tell you who I was married to. The game, PS5, that game." It's like, no, damn, you know, I'm talking about what type of game? It was a flip on a flip. But yeah, let's get to she hates us. She hates us. She keep dropping it, coming up. Even Lala, she hates. She been in that comment like she don't know nobody. That's cool though. His main thing, one of the main ones, man. See, that's why I see why her name is Main. She stays in the box. You know. Let me stop for a minute. Let's get on this one, man. Because I really wanted this, man. I'm about to do this one again too. I see. I'm gonna do this probably. Should I try it Friday? I might try this one Friday. Tomorrow Thursday, and then do another one Saturday. Tomorrow I gotta think of a topic though. Tomorrow. Let's do that one now. And this is the one that usually shakes the room up. For the people that believe in not believe in it, but the people that's into the love languages, what's your love language and all that other stuff, or the people that says, love, you should love people the way they want to be loved. First, before we get to that, raise your hand. Do you believe that? Believe that so? You believe so? You feel me? It's okay to believe it. I believe it. I believe it too. I understand it. Anybody? Yeah, la la. Yeah, everybody dropping. That got scary up in this boy. Nah. Main thing, you know, you don't come, man. You cheating, man. We already know we had the pregame in your room already. Nah. Gotta get somebody. I don't want them to get persuaded. Oh, everybody gonna drop to this one. Okay, that's cool. I get to go to bed early then, I guess. Okay. All right. Do I make can I make this, let me see something real quick. Can I make this 3-person panel? Boom. Ugh. That's nasty. That right there. That look nasty. Look at my mini box. I feel like a tiny person. I almost messed up and said the other word. Everybody dropped when that question came up.
Lala, come up here, girl.
I gotta start trying like this in my box so small now.
Hurry up.
I wonder if a lot of women's
Speed
box
it
look
up.
like this. It's small. Let me stop before I shake the room. That's gaslight. I go back to that big box again for some of them. The body count don't matter box. This called the virtuous box. Let me stop. I forgot once I get on the roll, it'll be over.
Yeah,
This is funny
yeah,
the
she
more I keep
better
thinking
get up
about it.
here.
Some people were not being nice even after I gave gifts, and it feels like I'm not being appreciated. And I feel triggered by Kevin.
Oh my god, not alter triggering people.
I feel like Kevin be I be cracking myself up sometimes. That joke is funny, that. That was funny.
Next to I'm
So when I
next
got
to
the
my
small
friend
box,
Micah.
I'm thinking about virtuous women.
She came the table.
Why my box look like this? No, I guess I take it like that. This one, that first. Remember the first update that did that? Now the medium box, right? Exactly. Ah man, and they said size matter. Okay.
Real quick. You can answer real fast. Would you, if you had a micro penis, would you be out there dating, or would you just be celibate?
Facts. I was a micro. I'd be tricking people too. I'd walk around with magnums in my pocket and trick that. Gotcha. They walk around. They walk around with makeup tricking people. Let me get my turn now. A trick for a trick. I guess tricks can be for adults too. Like, girl, you know what I'm gonna do with this magnum? Turn the lights off too. Make sure you turn the lights off. Why would y'all start me up, man? I can't do this. I can't. I'm trying to be serious. Oh man. Surprise, mother.
Alter, would you date somebody with a micro?
Every day will be April Fools with me too. I thought it was the 1st of April.
Oh, I can't breathe.
Oh man.
Honest, would you date somebody with a micro?
You said would I date somebody with cornrows?
No, a micro penis.
Oh man. They call me Xbox. They call I got
teeny tiny one.
Microsoft.
Would you date somebody with a micro penis on it? She's quiet. That's a no.
I would go pray about that one.
Nah, go ahead. They need love too, man. Microsoft. I'm gonna be an Xbox player for real after that too. Like both of us is Microsoft.
Well, what you could, well, I don't know. I'll probably be like, oh, that little clitoris is so.
Oh man,
that's crazy. No, you really said cornrows.
How did we get here, man?
Oh, you let me up. You guys told me to come up here.
That was the box joke. That's what it was.
Y'all left me down, and I was fine in the comments. You brought me up here, and so I asked the question.
Came up with the shenanigans. Let me not say that word. It was a micro box fuck. Right, that's what it was, and it came with the micro after that. Micro box. I mean, if they had that size box, they probably wouldn't notice. You know what I'm saying?
I think if you put it in a microwave, it might expand.
Not the mic. Oh my, that dude. That is when most of them explode or get swole up.
Crazy. Micro peens, the micro boxes. Is it me?
In the microwave.
Boil it in some water. It might.
Oh my.
It'd be like them little pets
Let me soak in the bathroom real
used
quick.
to get you that you put in the water.
You know how they make shrimp.
And days
You
later,
seen shrimp
it grows.
expand. Y'all seen shrimp get bigger when you boil it.
Where everybody went?
Dog, I don't even know. It's just a mod. It's a mod break now, I guess. Now a mod session. Everybody in the box of mods. Thought about that.
They ain't run nobody off, huh?
Right. I think when I got to the love language one, it was a rap. Everybody ran. I'm like, dog, okay.
Yeah, they said.
I'm gonna see them Friday though.
No, not I'm gonna see him Friday.
I'm seeing Friday. I'm doing this topic again on Friday.
So yeah, let's talk about the love language, guys.
Ooh. Now they gonna run. That's not.
Alter the first one.
You say go for first. How do you feel about that?
Look, Lala, the second person, she about to be the second after
No, I did it on purpose. I was just playing.
Is y'all love language heads? I bet you they some words of affirmation heads. I bet you that. Y'all seem like
I
some.
don't believe in affirmations, but I do believe in love languages. You know I
Is
did.
that a real
So
thing?
so
That's
so
so
what
real,
does
yeah.
love language look like to you?
What did love language look like to me? Love languages
Yeah.
aren't necessarily something that people have to do. It's just something that you understand about people. That's how I see that. Well, that's what I learned about them in
Yes,
school.
I got
So
some.
it's just something you understand about individuals, and then, you know, it's literally, it doesn't mean anything. It just means this is what I'm seeing from, for instance, there's the 5 love languages, and people tend to show their love or receive their love, or it seems like they understand it as love a certain way. It doesn't mean anything. Like, you're not stuck to it. You don't have to have it. Like, it's not one of those things, but it just helps when we're trying to understand our partner. Sometimes you're just like, oh, so sometimes they need to hear us say things more than they want to see it shown. Some people need to hear it, and it just helps you try to
Kids.
penetrate that with them. You know.
So would that be you telling them how to love you?
No. See, that's the thing. I think that's the confusion with love languages. I'm not going to show up with a piece of paper with love languages going, you see this list right here?
Right.
This is how you need to love me in this order. That's not even how it's supposed to work. People have been doing that because once they understood that people have love languages, they're like, oh, that means that you need to love me this way or you don't love me. And that's not, and they forget that what that means is like, it's, for instance, if Kev's love language, how he received love was by words of affirmation. Let's just say you need to hear me say that I think you're awesome and I love you, whatever, right? And then I usually don't show love that way. It's not about you making me use words of affirmation, but it's about me understanding that, oh, Kev just needs to hear me say that. So let me say this to him.
Yeah,
So
I feel
it's
you on
about
that.
you doing that.
It's an observation. I was, like I said,
Yeah.
that's one thing I understood about old girl. And I said, I get it. I get the science behind it. I understand it can be true, right? But I think the part I'm getting to is when a person, when they start voicing it or they have to tell their love languages and stuff, and then they can't look past it, right? They know that their love language or whatever it is, but they use it as in like, they push it on their partners and stuff. And that's why, okay, the people that say they gotta put it out before they get in the mirror or get with somebody, they gotta put it out. I feel like that's where the problem is at, because I also believe that your love language can change within time. Like it changes. Sometimes most of the time it changes through traumas, and then the other time it changes through growth. Just depending on that though. But I do believe, like, if I was to take a little test or something like that. Oh no, she didn't just drop. You was next to. Huh?
She left me over here in my corner by myself. That's rude. Anyway, go ahead.
But yeah. But yeah.
You're right. People use it as a form of like, this is how you better love me, right? But it's kind of, and I don't even think they realize this, because we don't always receive love in the same way that we show love. And so, like, for instance, like, you might want to hear me say that I love you so much, but you might, because you want to show me love, you might show love by just like, oh, look what I did. I cleaned up the room for you. Or I did, oh no, who's beating you up? Oh, sorry. All right, I cleaned up the room for you, or I did all this stuff for you. See, this is the way you're showing me that you care about me. But what people they take it and they go, oh, well, I told you that I need words of affirmation.
Right.
So I'm not even going to consider the fact that you show love by giving me things. So instead of me trying to change my mindset the way that you're showing me, I just say, no, you need to conform. You need to do what I want you to do. Instead of trying to say, oh, well, this is how they show me love, even though that this isn't how I receive it, I'm understanding that this is how my partner shows me he loves me. And I can ask for other things. That's because I'm a grown up and I can talk, right? Like, you can say, I would like, can you do this? Or can we do this? But you can't just like bully people into being somebody that they're not. You know what I mean? That's kind of wild to me.
Yeah, that become a red flag. That's why when I be looking on these, I forgot I gotta check the apes. But some of them, the dating apps, right? Once I see they got they language up, she just moved. She just removed Naya. Her love language is mute and block. It's like she said, get up on my spot. I want to be next to my sis. She a bully. A love language
Period.
is bully. But the thing is, she said, sheesh. The thing is, I feel like it's a red flag when a person have to tell it or say it at the beginning, though, because I think that's something that somebody should figure it out. They should just figure it out. That's in my opinion, right? Especially if you want somebody. That's why I'm getting to about that. It's not genuine when you have to tell it. I think anybody should want somebody to do it because they want to, not because they have to, or you made them, or you making them do it, or something like that, or just because not time to 10. That's it. Go back to that voice and stuff. When people voice things, it's for a reason. They want somebody to react to it a certain way or comply to it a certain way. It's the reason why they voice things. So it's like, if you're gonna say this or whatever, this most of the time it's like, like I was mentioning earlier before, I wouldn't recommend people doing that either because it could be manipulation on either end. One of them can be like, okay, I'll give you your love language. I like that. You know what I'm saying? I'll do that though. I could keep on saying. And most of the people that getting triggered by them words of affirmation like crazy because they can say all that stuff, but it actually just never align. But stuff like that. That's like telling your red flags. Like I tell people, like you shouldn't tell that either. You shouldn't tell your red flags because people can, especially if you not as good with vetting a person. Somebody could be somebody can mold. Somebody can act like. You be a chameleon, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, cool. I know you don't like that, and you don't like that. Let me go ahead and act like that real quick. So, it's a manipulation, man.
I also think it's important to know that nobody has just one. So, like, all 5 are included in how people show love, and they're on a rating system. It's like, oh, this is the most, or this is the least. Yeah, people will go like, well, my love language is physical touch. Okay, but where on the list do the other ones rank for you? Like where else does that go for you? If I'm asking, you don't have to ask, but if you do ask, sometimes it's fun. Like if you are a couple and then you realize there might be some miscommunication, you're like, okay, well, let's take the test together, right? To see what we end up with. Like that can be fun. But like I said, this is not like, it's not Bible, right? Like it's like it's flexible as you grow. Sometimes your love language is words of affirmation because you have low self-esteem or because you've had
I say that all the
trauma,
time.
right? And then so eventually as you grow more confident, you start to see value in other ways of people showing the other people show love. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yep, I'll be saying that all the time. That's one of my main ones. I'm like, when I hear that one, I'm like, yep, that means you got an insecurity most of the time, man. You got to keep on. And I also feel like even with that, though, I feel like that should be for kids for the most part. I ain't gonna lie, like low key with the words of affirmation. And you should give yourself that. All them things you should give yourself anyways. It should never be another person's job to get that to you. You're supposed to add somebody to your life, and if they decide to do it, you should be grateful for when they do it, or even just they express any of them, right? Because you're not entitled to none of it. None of the I guess the 5 that you looking for, the one that you looking for. You're not entitled to that just because they're your partner, and you gotta, But it should be like gratefulness. Like that's why I said I was trying to explain to that one chick. I'm like, man, I build myself up enough to like, I'm accepted of any type of love, low key, not no, in any type of love, yeah. Because people be like, what about the toxic? Ain't no such thing, no toxic love, man. And that's not real love. That's people calling it love and putting over a toxic thing. Love ain't supposed to be dangerous. It ain't supposed to be a selfish thing. It ain't supposed to be like that. It's more. It's supposed to be something that helped build you. Something that's a sacrifice that was made for you. I mean, that's how that is. But everybody just use that term the way they want to nowadays. I ain't beating you out of. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, that's what.
Anybody else? Because it's clearly we in La La Land. I'm just playing though. We in
not the La La Land.
La La Land. Naya.
Good evening, saints.
Good evening.
I think it is almost my time though. Go ahead, Saint. Go ahead. After you go, I gotta make movements. We can start this back up Friday though.
So I can't I already answered the ones from earlier. However, I never did get to the love language one. The last one is love genuine and stuff like that. And it kind of made me I don't fully have an answer. And the reason why is because one thing you keep saying, Kev, in a way is you shouldn't say something, right? You shouldn't say how you want to be loved. But then on the other end, I've also heard people say, if that's the type of love you want, speak up for it. So that's why I'm balling between two, because if I'm one of the women who like flowers, and that's one of the things of, oh, I find that as love, and that's not the type of how he expressed his love and stuff like that, that's where I'm like, I guess I'm kind of stuck in between the two. Like,
That's what make you happy. That's why I say everybody mix. I notice people to this day. I notice that people mix happiness with love. You just proved that even more now that people do that. And I had realized that more like some months ago that people mix love and happiness together. Flowers, it's not that you love it just make you happy. I think that's the problem today, man. People really that's why I'm not big on that being in love stuff or whatever, because you could be out of love in a matter of
It's
seconds too.
possible though.
Huh?
Kev, it's possible that she feels like when she receives, she might like flowers, and you're right. Like, I love flowers because I love nature or something like that, right? But it's possible that she feels love when she receives flowers from the person because it means they were thinking about her. Like, right? Like, that's possible that she feels like they were on their mind. That's why they say stuff like, I don't care if it's the $5 flowers I'm not a big flower person, but they said they don't care if it's a $5 flower from the man on the corner of the street who's selling them, right? But it's that you stopped and you thought about me, and that
So
made
it's the
me feel
flower to
like you
action.
loved me. It's the action. That's the thing.
Right.
That's that gift giving one. It's the gift. That's what people also confuse that when they say my love language is gifts. And I'll be like,
Right.
okay, but you realize that has nothing to do with bought gifts. That has to do with things being given to you from the other person. Like, they can make you a paper mache airplane, and that's a gift from them to you. That's it. It's about just thinking
So
about
I'm gonna I guess I could say this, that she loved the action that he took to give her something that she wanted, and then when she got it, it made her happy. So that's how I kind of view it, though. I don't know. I just be trying my best not to tie happiness and love together, man. Because like I said, I realize we tend to do that so much, though. But I do say like love also is like making sacrifice, right? So doing something that you usually don't do for somebody else. That's why I don't get why people be like, "Well, I want somebody on the same page and all the other stuff." That's not really testing your love, because if both people doing it already, they both interested in it. How can you really call that love? I think love is like when I don't like watching romantic movies, and you don't like playing a video game. You do that out of because you love me. You know what I'm saying? I watch them little smoochy movies with you because I love you. You know what I'm saying? But that's not my character. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at real love. Love is sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? Or even just compromising.
but wouldn't that go back to the same thing that you said about the flower giving? You said it was the action behind it, the thought of it, and the sacrifice of it.
Yeah, I was like, now he's staring
But
at her like
I
that.
think what he was getting at was that, it's not, some people will look at the gesture, not the man. You won't look at
Yes,
the
that's
person. All you would focus on is the gesture. You only love the person for what they can do, but you don't love the person as themselves. It's like people who sit up here and, if I sit up here and I blow a bag on you, she only love me because I blew the bag. She don't love me genuinely without me blowing the bag.
Okay, now on that level, I agree. But it's within this conversation, I think that's also, I don't want to say putting two different things.
That's why I'm glad you just said that too.
What?
Because it do go back to that genuine thing. And if just because you love them because you got some flowers that you want and stuff, that's why I feel like that's not stuff like that. And that's the whole point of this thing, is the genuineness. I mean, I understand that the love language, how that work or whatever, and all that. But I even think like with that, if your stuff is kind of focused on that I actually believe that if you don't know how to be able to be receptive of the rest of them, or you just only leaning more towards that, you really don't know what love is, though. because you got to build yourself up enough to be able to realize that love just don't even come five ways. I think that's the problem. We only look at it because somebody get the 5 love languages. We feel like love is 5 ways, which I believe is just it's multiple ways to that. But gratitude, I think that's one of the biggest things. Shit, I don't believe. Facts. Dang, I forgot to put my little things in there. She put the demon things in there.
I still think part of it might be like it's not that whole thing. People have taken it and, like I said before, made it about how I receive love. The whole reason that was made was so you could figure out how to love other people, how you show them love. So you're working toward finding how your partner receives love so that you can help you guys become close. That was the whole point. But people took
I'm glad
it
you just said that.
and it was like, what I'm gonna do is say, you need to love me the way I want you to love me, and this is what it need to look like. That's not what it was for. It was for you to say, okay, I can see that my husband seems to really feel connected to me when I do these things for him, or when I spend time with him, or when I bring him gifts. He seems like this really makes him feel connected. And so I need to do this so that he can understand or he can feel it more. It was about me doing it for him, not about what he can do for me. But people being people.
So let's ask this then, because you kind of wavering to it though. Because like even with that, I feel like that still ain't genuine. But I feel you though. You saying doing it because that's how they be receptive. But I would ask like, dang, why is it like that? I would say like, do you notice that about yourself, that you only kind of see it when I express it this way? Because I believe people should be able to learn how to know how to be receptive all 5 of them ways, if you want to say that.
Absolutely. No, you're absolutely correct. You should be able to recognize that somebody's loving you in multiple ways, and people are different. People just tend to, again, like I said before when we started, our upbringing, our trauma, certain things kind of shape the way that not only we behave, but the way that we understand people caring about us. Trauma. Right? And so it's like, I only see it through this lens. So if I don't see it like this, then this can't be what it is. And then it's like, okay, well, maybe it's possible, I can start here as a partner to say, okay, this is gifts, but I can say to you, hey, baby, like, I'm trying to show you I love you by doing X, Y, Z too. You realize that, right? And it's like, oh, well, I didn't think about it like that. Sometimes it takes some time, but it's nice to try to meet people where they're at first and then try to work forward. You know what I mean?
I get you. And I would say that if you have the patience, you can do that though. Because I do believe if people trying to want to become better, then they will eventually try to realize like, dang, why is it like that, or they be aware of it. But I feel like the people that's just so stuck in it and feel entitled to, or feel like they just be like that. Basically, what I'm getting to that love shouldn't be a job. It just shouldn't. I get marriage and all the other stuff. It can be a job. It can be work and all that. But I'm saying love itself, right? It just shouldn't be no job, man. It shouldn't be like, well, I got to do all this and all that, and then it shouldn't. It should be like a natural thing. It should be a recepting on both ends and all that, because I shouldn't have to be picky or here go the other term, right? Love somebody the way they want to be loved, like. That's cool, right? But that's not genuine. So just be real and say that, yes, this is it's conditioned, right? Or this is the way I like it, but don't say that it's genuine. It's not, because you flat out you have to tell this person how you want to be loved. So that's not genuine. But go ahead, Face.
So I know a lot of people.
I ain't seen you in 100 years.
I know I took a break, bro.
Okay.
You know, in my panels, I deal with a lot of tough conversations. So people like to trauma dump on me, and I just needed a moment.
Facts.
I'll be back though. But people ain't gonna agree with my statement on this, but that's how I feel. I don't think these people really have love languages. I think they are deprived from certain levels of love that they just find comfort with from the last person, and now they're gonna hold the new person accountable for what the last person didn't do. So if you really look at love languages, sometimes them languages changes based on who reading the book. I don't think they really have that, because let's be honest, Kev, prior to love language being a part of the regular social media conversations, we weren't having these type of conversations. You didn't hear everybody saying they got this love language and that love language. And half these people that's talking about, oh, well, my love language is this, baby, you don't speak regular language.
You don't speak English half the time. You don't even know who you are as a person because you have everything so covered and tucked away that you're scared to be your unapologetic, authentic self. But then you want to tell me this is your love language? You don't even know who you are as an adult, but you got a language. Go find you somebody to play with. Matter of fact, go play in traffic. Because I can't. And then being that type of person and having more of an empathic spirit with people, it's hard when they tell you, hey, this is my love language. And you looking at them like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Because they're just trying to be a part of the conversation. You cannot create a love language for yourself if you're not willing to unpack the trauma and the issues that you dealt with prior to creating a love language. You don't know who you are. And on top of that, don't you change people like a person changes every certain amount of years? So how are you going to change who you are every certain amount of years, but your language never changes? Right. That's what I thought. Confused.
That was a good one too. Oh my. It was something I was about to. Oh yeah. Now I do get it right, and I can understand it right. Like I said, I believe it's a real thing. I ain't gonna say that. You know, I just don't like when people push it out now. It's just like when somebody, okay, here you go, right here. There go one. When people be like, when they find out about can I say that word bipolar? I probably can't. That they say that or anxiety. I have anxiety or something like that. So rather than, and like we know this stuff is real, right? But it's people that rather live with it, not to become better. They rather live with it and say this is just me. But the whole point of even love languages and all that, it's supposed to recognize, okay, this is what I'm leaning more towards, and I have to probably adjust and become better. And just like the whole fact of what Faye said, a lot of times it's tied, which I even read up on it. A lot of times it's tied behind traumas. It's behind traumas for the most part. And then when you do make yourself better, that's why I said growth can change it too. Dang, that's basically the same thing Faye said too, because I said that earlier too. Like when you grow or mature and all that stuff, that's gonna change. You know what I'm saying? As soon as you start loving yourself and all that other stuff, that stuff is gonna change. It's not gonna be the same. You know.
Listen, when we redid our vows, right? And I see you had the husband and wife conversation part, right? When we renewed our vows, we had to say I do to all y'all. Because initially when we got married to each other and we said I do to you. But the problem is when you keep saying I do to you, you not saying I do to the person that you about to change into in 7 years. And then the next person that you're going to change into in 10 years. So we only want to say I do to the person that's currently in front of you. But if you're going to take on this type of role, especially when it comes to marriages, say I do to the person that they are now, the person they will be, the person they used to be, and the person they can be. Because you're going to have a whole different personality and all that. And guess what? All of those love languages that you talk about, that language going to change every time that person shifts and makes shifts into another person. Every time. It's not going to stay the same. But we don't know that, Kev, because guess what? We don't teach trauma healing. We teach trauma bonding, but never trauma healing.
Ooh. She on fire. I like when she take breaks and come back. That was, boy.
You so petty.
That was so fire, though. What you about to say, main thing? I thought about another thing, too. Go ahead, main thing.
I said, I was just thinking, like I said, everything she said is what I've been saying. You're going to have many different versions of your partner. You cannot expect somebody to sit up here and sit in one space or stay the same for the rest of their years. It's not possible. We must grow. How do y'all say, people need to grow up or grow to be better, but you expect them to stay the same? Like you're not the person that I knew. Like you're not the person that I don't even know who you are. I don't know who you changed into. Who is this person? It's a stranger in my house. No, it's not a stranger. It's just a different version you never met. When they say you got to see your partner in all seasons, this is part of the season.
Ooh, right. You just got stuck. That's the problem.
And
yeah, like
add to one crazy. Of those seasons is seeing your partner without their wig, without their makeup, without their edges.
Who that? You tricked me, say nah. If you was growing with that person, you would have seen it. You know what I'm saying? But some people be stuck.
He said, "Who that is Rick James?"
It's Rich. I wanted to say this too, though, real quick before I forget about it. I like I said, I do believe in. I'm not gonna say I don't, right? Like I said, it's just like the diagnostic thing they said, and even when I was talking to that one lady, there's a science behind it. I can believe it is a science behind it because I have people that's in my family that's like that, right? And I can tell they love languages. They might not notice it, but I can tell. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, oh dang, that dude kind of made sense. Because I got friends that it seemed like the way they love is through money. They literally got to buy you stuff or whatever. So I'm like, dang, that must be that love language. What they say, gifts, right? That's probably what that is, or acts of services. So I noticed that. And some people is like literally at words of affirmation. So I noticed that a lot of people always got to voice it all the time. And that's how they do it. But then, like, their actions be different. You know what I'm saying? Their actions be different. But that's how I know, like, some people don't realize they are following. That's why I say it is a good tool, right? It brings notice to people that's in there like that. But like I said, I just don't like it when people use that like a sickness, right? Or I be having people on my thing like I'm neurodivergent. They use all these things, and I'm like, don't use it to stay the same way. Use it to become better with it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody be using these things to be an excuse to be like, well, this is just me. No, it's not. This is what you choose to be. Because I done seen people that have way worse, or some people would miss a leg or something like that or whatever, and still making it around through life and becoming better than what they was if they had two legs. So it's just like, it's just people like to use things and then because it take work. We already know the deal. That's what I'm about to get to with that. We know it takes work. We know because it takes work to change all them type of things. Like, because like I said, when I tell people, I'm like, no, I learned to accept love all 5 of those ways, and I believe all 5 of those, they really supposed to rotate. And I got that from, and I had thought about that later because I was, my boy Mirror said that. He said they all supposed to, they're supposed to rotate. And I'm like, that do make sense. All of them supposed to rotate with their time. It ain't supposed to be stuck with one. If it's still stuck with one, you still stuck. You still the same person. You know what I'm saying? So it's, dang, all that junk just makes sense though. The more I keep hearing all that stuff though, but yeah, but I do believe. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna say I don't believe in it, but I just don't subscribe to it the way that people put it out. To use it as an excuse to not become better or to not love other ways. Just like that other dude that was in your live, man. I loved his answer. He said, and I was like, that was super, and I feel him on that. He was like, well, the reason why I love because I spend a lot of my time to learn that is many different versions of love, and I will literally learn different ways to love and stuff. And I was like that junk is fire. And that's why I'm like, I know he coming from a place of trying to of genuineness. You know what I'm saying? Because like people that it's like that's why I say I feel like it's like it's either genuine or it's entitled. That's why I'll be looking at it, or it's genuine, or people that just want to be stuck in all that stuff. But that's why we're gonna get deeper on this though, because I gotta do this on Friday again though. But I got about 10 more minutes in the game. But that junk deep. I want to talk about it. I'm gonna talk about this. So I know I'm gonna shake. Like, good thing it's a small room though, because that last question I'm telling y'all, main thing you thought you had a headache in your room one time. It's so many people that's really deep into this love language stuff. I ain't gonna lie, they deep into this stuff, and thinking that they love unconditionally and all that stuff. No, they don't. They can love my kids unconditionally. Oh, I got something to say about that too, though. That's still a condition. That's still one because it's your kids. If it wasn't your kids, you wouldn't be. You wouldn't love them.
Let's be honest. They love their kids conditionally because a lot of them don't stand by their kid if their kid unalive somebody.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's true. Hey, that is a real thing because I was just about to say that a lot of parents will sit up here and be like, I'll ride for my kid. I'll trade places with my kid. And it's like, all right, go do that time for your kid.
Not even that though. Like,
that don't mean they don't love them because they turned them in though either.
I love my boys to life, but I ain't doing no time for them.
That's a good point. Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like, I can still love you, and
because
also
guess
not
what?
support you.
I gave you the proper love I can give you growing up. I was active in your life. I gave you time. I gave you the attention. You didn't have to go out and do things or rob people to take things. I made sure that everything you wanted, needed, acquired, and required, you had. And a lot of times these children still want to go out there and live this tough man lifestyle. So therefore, you're gonna have to do that time.
So y'all still stand on when even the parents that be like, I do anything for my child. I don't care what it is. I
They
go all
lying.
out.
They lying.
Yeah.
I don't think they're gonna do no
I don't know
time
if
for
I
their
believe
kid.
they would do. I don't know if I believe every parent would do everything for their child because I just don't think that's
Nah,
true.
and just because you don't do
I
that,
do
don't mean
believe that you can love them, right? Because love is also correction. Love is all of those things. And so if I love my child, then it has nothing to do with me keeping them accountable, holding them accountable, or having
yeah,
them be
that's
held
true.
accountable.
Yeah, that's true. I was about to say that is true. I think the point I was getting to, which is I hate that I got to shake the room before I get out of this because I don't know who's listening, but it is what it is. But it's no different from that topic I had before, man. Unconditional love. Unconditional love is when you able to even love your enemy. That's how I look at it. Because otherwise, and because like even if you look at the definition, right, it just say to love with no conditions, right, and unlimited. I guess I think that's the second part of it. So that means I looked, and that's why I said I had to get even deeper with it. I had to realize, like, dang, hold up, if you don't love your enemy, right? You don't love your enemy, you only gonna love somebody if they're not your enemy. So that's still a condition. You know what I'm saying? That's no matter how we want to look at it. Just like a child, that's still a condition because, or that's attachment, right? Because the unconditional love means love someone with no attachments. So the only reason why you choose to love them because they are child, they is your child. You know, only reason why you choose to love your mother because she's your mother. Only reason why you chose to love your friends because that's your friends. But that's why I went to the next step and said, well, if you can't love your enemies, don't mention unconditional love. You can't, because otherwise your love is limited to just the people you love. You know what I'm saying? So that's still a condition. You know what I'm saying? So that's how. But that's a whole nother thing. And but
I even think having an enemy is a very interesting idea. If you say that you have unconditional love, the fact that you have an enemy, somebody that you have long-lasting enmity with, right? Like, it's odd. I have unconditional love, but I have enemies. Well, that's weird.
Facts. And I feel you on that. But you know, I got to talk in the lingo that people that don't know how to love unconditionally. You know what I'm saying? So I got to talk in their lingo real quick.
I just thought it was an interesting point. Like,
remember I was telling you there's such thing as unconditional love, and you want to tell me something different?
I remember you. I remember me telling you.
I just switched it over. It's like, no, yeah, she had got on my head that one time. That was one of me and her first biggest argument. I'm like, and I was standing heavy on that.
How did it go exactly? I forgot. Can you refresh? How did it go? I forgot.
Oh, nothing.
Because I always stood on ain't no such thing as no unconditional love. I said that no human can do it, and then. Yeah. Like, it was really deep that night because I still was sticking with what I was gonna stick with, and she stuck with it.
Well, I was like, well, just think about it. Once he thought about it, I knew once you thought about it, you would see what I was saying.
No, I still didn't think about it. I looked it up. I went to look it up though. One day I did decide to look it up. That's what happened.
Yeah.
And then when I looked it up, I'm like, what the heck? That's what I've been doing all that time. Because it's like, you know, like, I had realized, I'm like, hold on, I do love everybody. So I was like, dang, she was right. And I had to go back like, dang, you right. Humans can do it. Because I never knew the definition. I just always heard it out of people. The way they put that bad taste in it, you know what I'm saying? Just like they did with the love language and stuff. It may be like, no, there ain't no such thing. You know what I'm saying? But it's just, I just didn't understand it. You know, just like my man was talking about with the Bible yesterday. I'm like, no, it ain't that. You don't believe it. You just don't understand the parts. You know what I'm saying? You just don't understand it. He's like, I do understand, but I'm like, no, you don't understand. No, it's like you got mad at the slavery part. You don't know why they were slaves. Why he said that? You know what I'm saying? But
guys, I have a question. I want to clarify what y'all said.
A 4-minute question.
You said what?
4-minute question. Yep. Go ahead. Let's go.
Okay. Well, 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Right.
I'm gonna make it 1 minute. Right.
1 minute. Everybody get a minute.
1 minute. I'm gonna go straight to the point. Right.
Yep. I'm about to actually make y'all on Showtime too. So
no.
I'm making show.
No, I just gotta no.
She said, "Well, no."
1 minute.
She got stressed out. No, my thing is this: wait, on the enemy's part, I think you can still. I'm confused on the enemy's part.
You gotta talk fast.
Yeah, right. Don't make me stutter.
Better start getting some classes from Alter. You ain't with it. Then we'll all be done.
I'm gonna say this on his enemy's part. You can still love your enemy. And what I mean by that is if you had hate for those, we all hate for those that hate you. But we're all gonna have someone that's an enemy to us. Maybe I interpreted what y'all was saying wrong. But yeah, I think you can still love your enemy. Because the Bible always speak about loving your enemy. So if you have I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong.
I just think it's not that you're thinking it wrong, because you're looking at it from a biblical sense, and I'm thinking about more of what like Kev was meant, the way he was talking, the people he's talking about. These people have like long-standing like beefs and weird like what do you call those? Like they hold a grudge like bitter, against people, and they're like bitter, and so it's not the same as like I'm always gonna have an enemy in theory, like in spirit. If somebody is coming against God, that's seen as somebody who has made an enemy against God, right? And so we're on one side, they're on the other. That makes sense. But an individual being your enemy says that you're holding on to enmity between you and that person. For what?
Yeah. Got you. Okay, I was just making sure I wasn't.
I don't know.
That's a deep one, though. People don't realize that, though, because I had to think about so much of that stuff. That's why I be having too much time to myself. This is what happens when you don't get no buns for years. You just think too much.
Yeah, go to bed. I'm gonna get him a buns pillow. I promise you. I'm gonna find you a buns.
Right, you do serve the pillows. I might need one.
Make a sticker.
I get to put my face on one.
Make a sticker say the buns on it so that people can put it in the chat.
The bun bonnet.
Buns on it.
Put your whole day.
Put your face on it. I'm sick of it.
Right.
I'm sick of him and these buns.
Oh man.
Just sit it on your head.
Right. Sit it on your head.
Family members oppose and betray their family members. Yeah, I mean, wait, is she saying that could be your enemy?
What happened?
He was basically in the comments, kind of going along with what I was saying as well.
Family members oppose.
I think
that stuff deep though, man. I already know that people ain't gonna like that though. I can't wait till Friday, man.
I don't like it.
But on that little enemy thing, I just feel like a lot of people they're not forgiving enemies. Like that's not something that people do. Like that's why so many people get unalive, because they got enemies. And it's like because some people just got an unforgiving soul, they can't. It just like, hey, you took my peoples, you made my family cry. I gotta hurt your family. I gotta make you cry, because I know at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, they feel like they're doing what's right. Because at the end of the day, it wasn't right for you to, unalive somebody that they care about, no matter the differences. At the end of the day, you didn't have it in your heart to, make somebody mama not weep.
Yeah, I genuinely believe maybe it's naive for me to say, but I genuinely don't believe I have enemies. I believe I could be somebody else's enemy and I just don't know it. Right. But I don't have enemies. I have people
Team unconditional.
I heard a rich man say, he said,
that's crazy.
Yo, she just gonna be that grandma.
He said, I'm rich. That's what he said.
She just gonna be that grandma, y'all. That's gonna have all the stories.
No, he gonna say, I sit up here. He gonna say, I sit up here. I sit up here and not me, my girl.
Yeah, I swear.
So you just gonna sit up here and say,
you just gonna have them house shoes, that rocking chair. She
I'm
gonna tell
all my grandbabies all the good
my grandbabies. Y'all come over here and let me tell you a story.
I'll be like, come here, baby. Come sit up on my lap.
Look, come here, baby.
Let me tell you about what Grandma did back in the day.
What Grandma did. I ain't never told nobody this story. I'm gonna tell you though, because I know you gonna keep it.
Cause you gonna sit up here.
I know you gonna keep it.
Cause you sat up here and shit.
Sit up here and shit. Right. Right. Those are 2 words. I forgot. Don't sit up here and
You was a gangster back then.
But wait. Before I forget, the rich man said that he said it doesn't come to a surprise to him, because he got to understand the level of success he have. He got to understand he makes a new enemy every day. He makes a new enemy every day, because at the end of the day, when you the boss of the company, nobody likes the boss.
But that's what Lala was saying, that it may be other people that's like it's an enemy towards you, like y'all mad at me type thing, like I'm the enemy to you, but you're not my enemy. That's what y'all. So y'all put that.
Nah, you my enemy, because because at the end of the day, I gotta be aware.
Well, that's the thing. Just because I'm saying you're not my enemy does not mean I'm saying you're my friend.
Right.
It means you're not my enemy.
No, I'm not watching you either.
I think what I'm getting at is people with enemies. They know that they have enemies. They know that they have an enemy. If you know what I'm saying, like they know, like you can't say that. I mean, even if I don't know that you don't like me, at the end of the day, I still gotta look at you like you a target in my life. That can't sit up here and, some people get real jealous of you and they want to unalive you.
I know she gonna be Medea. Now I know she gonna be Medea. She said, "I'm gonna get you before you get me."
Yeah, she go ahead at purse. You hear me? That purse.
Hey,
purse. Give me that purse, baby.
What Medea say? You gotta carry a peacemaker.
You gotta carry a peacemaker.
Gotta carry her pieces still.
My piece is still.
God said, "Peace be still." I keeps me a piece
Peace
of steel.
is still. My peacemaker is made of steel. Okay.
Right. All right, you know what rhymes with steel? I gotta get up out of here. I don't know if that rhymes.
Oh my
God. Y'all still in here? That's what I'm
Not y'all still in here, because we love it here.
I think of something. I couldn't think of that fast enough.
Okay, guys.
I appreciate y'all. Love all of y'all, and I'm gone, man. I'm gonna do this. I gotta think of a topic tomorrow, but this Friday, we gonna really get to that genuine love. But all right, y'all.
You're talking about where are the buns?
Huh?
It should be
I'm
where.
going live.
No, I'm not. Your topic should be where are the buns?
Where are the buns?
Oh my!
Don't let the bed
What happened to
buns
Kev now? He just turned
the
around.
bed buns. The bed buns.
He says bun chicken.
The bed
contest.
buns.
Bun chicka wawa. Okay, good night, guys.
You know what? No, good night. I can't.
Bun chicka wow. Why y'all they want to come with all this stuff now? Yeah, thank you. Everybody leave. Y'all making it hard for me to hit this end button.
Bun guys. Bun guys.
Buns. Man, let me. All right, y'all, man. I couldn't disappear. What the heck? You about to be that old lady too? And couldn't disappear. We are still. Oh, why am I still here? That's crazy. I thought I hit the end button a long time ago. That's crazy. Let me see. Oh, wait. Why am I? I think I wanted to get my regular size box first. There you go. What is that notice? I had a notice on here. Let me see. Notice say wallpaper. Oh, notice available spot. Convey your message on spot. Key thing. I don't know what that means. Kev struggling. Say got me this 24K. Yeah, do that real quick. 24K. They don't say it on my screen. Y'all got about like one little point left, I guess. A couple points. Have a blessed night, kid. Catch you tomorrow for sure. Thinking something juicy tomorrow. Yeah, BC, I don't think it made it to 24 on my screen. Let me tap on my screen, then I'll feel satisfied. See something real quick. Okay, there we go. You got me there. I thought I had to scream up in there real quick. I thought I had to be in there real quick. All right. I swear I'm out. Not y'all still on here waiting on me to hit the exit button. Have a good night. All right, Nay, you already know. What do you say? All right. I swear I'm ending the button now. I'll be mad at my own self. Gotta be energized for tomorrow. No, I keep doing that. Oh, wait, what you said? Let me cancel again. I was just on the end button. I gotta cancel to read this. Hold up. The live isn't over till it's over. All right, y'all. All right, I gotta